Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Welcome. How are we this Easter Sunday? Hey, John. Hey, PF Dennis. Hey, Andres. Hey, Steve. Hey, Projects. Hey, Cliff and Jeff and Ono Coho and Sergei. Hey, Biney and Simon and hey, Fabreeko. How is everyone? Hey, Sean and Laura, I assume. Andres and Jordan and Bill and Doom. Hey, Dave. Hey, GJ. What else do we have here? Derek and Cheesy Potato, Maker Milo. Oh boy, we are back on the Rook build. I had to refresh my memory. It's been a while, but it was a good sidetrack. We ended up with this, right? And for those that have been catching up or are members, that. So and we've been working on this. Hey Rod, hey Nathan, and Wyo, and Ten, and Caldwell. Hey Iconic. Oh, so I think today is mostly going to be wiring. We may get into the beginnings of Marlin's setup. Remember, this Rook is going to receive Marlin. Too many to count. This is true. Hey, Shaldell. Hey, Ronald. Hey, Reth. Nogorot. We had quite a time with this on Tuesday, didn't we? Those that were here. We spent 5 hours on Tuesday. About 2 of that was troubleshooting an OS upgrade, but we were successful in the end, and we actually ran the belt shaper at the very end, and then stopped. So we'll get into actual shake and tune stuff on this coming Tuesday on that, and that should be the last stream in that series. So, hey Delvin. Very long on Tuesday. Yeah, that is way longer than I want to go, but I couldn't let that go. And I didn't want to just wipe and reload. And once again, for the 3rd time with this machine, we had a major, at least for me, major issues. Some of you that were helping probably could have had it resolved in a fraction of the time, but we went through a process and we made it work. So, okay, where are we at? Real quick, I got to show this off because for those of you that might not have seen it, this thing is ridiculously awesome. I think one of the coolest features is you pull the door handle. You pull the door handle to open the door. But yeah, so that's on the Charlie's Angel streams. All but the last episode are public. The last one will be public at the end of April, because that's when we'll do the next stream. I don't know what we're doing for the member stream next month, but we'll figure it out. Have I crashed it yet? No, I did take it out in the cul-de-sac and drove it around quite a bit and put some texture on those TPU tires. It's very slick. It's very slick. So, Doom, thanks for the gifted memberships. Speaking of which, we found out on Tuesday with the very generous number of gifted memberships that you do not have to be here as long as you're subscribed to receive a membership. So if you're not subscribed, there is a good benefit to doing it now. If you can't make a stream, you can still get a gifted membership. Hey Rushmere, hey Little Brett. Little Brett, you were the first entry in the form. I noticed that. What else do we have here? I'm printing the Sandy Mini. I got one of those printed. The TPU tires are holding up fine. I haven't driven it a lot on anything that would be harsh. Out on the street a bit, but like I said, it's giving it a good texture. But otherwise, they are very slick. Posted the pic of the LDO switch wire build in stream chat. Nice. PF Dennis, thanks for the gifted memberships. Delmar said he would be running late today. I saw Delmar mention or pop up in chat earlier. Okay, let's see what we have here. We have a whole messy table of things. get this angle a little better, I guess. Oh, I've got, I started printing black box parts. They are turning out really well. This is Soraya Tech glass fiber ABS. So trying that out, and it seems to be doing pretty well. Time to print some Omni One display boxes for your 3D sets cars. Maybe. Did I say hey, Derek? Derek, thanks for the gift of memberships. How many Revo nozzles have you gone through? I just found out the hard way that matte PLAs are abrasive and gone through 3 brass Revos. I have not used up a single Revo nozzle. The printer that I print most on, no, I take that back. The Trident, which I print probably the most of the big printers on, has an Obsidian, a regular flow Obsidian, and I haven't had to replace it. And my V0, the one I print most on, has a brass one and it's still printing fine. And I put quite a bit of stuff through it. Steve, follow Nero. I don't know what you're talking about. He can't raid me. Was Nero, what do you mean? I'm subscribed to Nero. I'm publicly subscribed to Nero. I am, yeah, see? I did nothing. Thank you, Nero. Welcome. Welcome, folks. I see Nero's and their views just joined. Awesome. Nero got a private stream today. Awesome. Thanks again. So, hello, folks. All the new folks, thanks for being here. Be sure to check the pinned post and the description for Polymaker Filament giveaway. And the new thing apparently is you can receive gifted memberships even if you're not here, as long as you're subscribed. So I have one dead high flow brass Revo with 10 months of use. Very awesome. Who do we have? Go there. Hey, Mike. Hey, Apollo. Wolf Pup, thank you for being subscribed. Cordova Tsar, welcome. Hey, Aries nephew. Okay, let's get on this. So we have a nest of wires here that we have to manage today. We have a display. Bearded Bucket, thanks for the gift of memberships. We have a bunch of wires. So last stream we left off, we had started the wiring on the bed. We had worked on the tool head and the wiring going to it, and I have some idea of how I'm gonna manage that now. And we had started, oop, that stuff goes, on putting some wires into the controller. My first stream I've caught live, this printer is so small and cute. Thanks, Isaac. I had talked about a support bracket for the power supply, so I modeled that last night. And I made a couple of JST, this is a splitter for the part cooling fans, and then just a coupler for the hot end fan. Hey, Skyrim. So, and then, let's go with this view. Last stream, or the stream before, figured out that I can't use the Mini 12864 display that I had intended on using for this build. The SD card isn't supported through the Mini E3 controller with the ribbon cable adapter. Oh, that's right, the GPs. UK time change was today. So now you're 8 hours ahead of me. So I'm 8 hours behind the UK, if anybody. It was 7 yesterday. Let's see. Hey, Delmar. How's a nozzle fan duct clearance? That's a good question. Existing, it exists. There's clearance. Beginning of your Easter, end of mine. Yep. Okay, so we found out that the Mini 12864 won't work with an SD card, and that's kind of important in this build because we are using Marlin. If we were using Clipper, then it wouldn't matter. So I modeled a couple of things. I modeled a mount for this, but since it's in my hand, I also modified the V0 knob with a little Rook logo and changed the shape slightly. I wanted it a little larger diameter, so it would fit on here a little better. The mount I sent you will be tiny, like 1.5 millimeter. That's probably about right, Delmar, but it's there. If you change the rods, could you do 800 millimeter Z? I would not be comfortable with a 800 millimeter Rook with this footprint. Okay, so this is my, so instead of the 12864, we're using a Big Tree Tech TFT 3.5 inch V3, which I've had since my CR10 days. I had this in a box. We're repurposing it. I don't know that I've actually used it. It might have been hooked up once. So, never built a small printer like this before, but I'm working on a positron fork, so I have to learn quick. Nice. So for this mount, I didn't have this display, I didn't have a mount that I liked out there. Keith from the Marlin team has a mount out there, but it attaches to the printer differently. It won't work for this. So I remember modeling a mount for this for my CR10, but it wasn't gonna work either. So I just started from scratch. And that's when I came up with this. So this is revision 2. The first one, the only thing that was wrong with it really was it wasn't wide enough because my dummy model I was using in CAD was 0.2 millimeters too narrow. So this will go right in there. Reset button fits. And the knob fits. So, does Screen SD also work for Clipper machines? I don't remember, and I'm not sure. So now this mounts to the front of the printer right here, and then gets a little bit of support from the side pieces there. So that's gonna mount right like that. And that's at a 60-degree angle. I didn't want to stick it way out, so I tucked it in a bit. Now the next problem is if you look in the side, you can see a gap here. So I modeled a shorter skirt that actually bolts on the inside here, and then a hole for the ribbon cables. And then now from the side, you still see everything kind of complete. So, and you know, this comes a little bit later, but I'm a little excited about it. So let's put the heat sets in it and go from there. Let's put the heat sets in it and put this little sub-assembly together because I want to know if it works. Oh, hey, Wayo. Experience with Polymaker Cosplay PLA. It's considered abrasive like matte PLAs. I haven't printed with it. What a whirlwind start. We had a raid and updates. Now we're gonna chill and wire. I should have had my my Crimping Ain't Easy shirt on. I didn't even think about that. It probably fits a little bit better. I've managed to slim down slightly. Most of my shirts are fitting a little better and my pants are starting to get a little loose. So, hey, Wolf Pup. 1, 2, 3. 3, 4, 5. I need 6 total. Do I have 6? I don't see 6. I'll grab out of my stash. What PSU does this kit use? It uses the Morn Sun. It uses the Morn Sun from the LDO V0 kits. This is the power supply, and it uses the V0.1 LDO kit heated bed too. So the nice polyamide heater, 100 watt. So, do you recommend the Cappy 3D printer? I don't know what the Cappy 3D printer is. Okay, that's heated up. Let me bring my chair over here, just in case I need it. Go. Pattern on the PSU looks fancy. Yeah, it does. Okay, so I modeled this with some heat sets in the corners. Went to sleep already, I haven't changed that yet. Hey Michael, Red Sky. The nice thing about this pine sol, using this pine sol for my heat set press, is it heats up so quick. Yeah. Ella, thank you for being a member. Cappy is another of Rolohaun's designs, but it looks like it's a bed flinger. I was not aware of it. Let's go a little bit. OGPs, thanks for being a member. Any progress on your Phoenix build? Well, the Phoenix is printing. The Phoenix will be 100% complete. Well, it'll be basically complete, hopefully tomorrow. And what I mean by that is the things that are left are like putting the door on and wiring, connecting the second tool head. It's all there. The tool head board is configured, otherwise it wouldn't home. But actually getting it moving independently. Okay, so those two, and then there's an additional 2 heat sets here to hold that auxiliary skirt. I actually printed these because I'm basically out of the 3DO filament that I used on the rest of the printer. So I printed these in that Soraya Tech filament as well. But I held it up last night and it was a great match. Hey, nice. What is the name of that stand for heat sets? This is the VLMP from Vector 3D. I really like it. I use it a lot. I've been using that more, especially with the pine sol in there. It heats up so quick. I've been using it more than my Weller with a tip. Printed TPU and hard plastic via IDEX. Keen to see how that turns out. We can try that sometime. The other thing I've been working on trying to get ready is the Tridex. So it had gotten far enough out of date with Clipper that it wasn't homing anymore. Or I had updated it and the config was out of sync to some features so it wouldn't home anymore. So I had to do a full config update, which fortunately I don't remember their name offhand, but there's someone in the Doom Discord who has an updated config for the Tridex that it's homing again. This is the old model. Old model, what do you mean? For the display, I modeled this housing, this mount from scratch last night. And this display play Doom. Tridex would be cool with that also. I'd just like to see multi-materials rather than multicolor. Yeah, the biggest appeal to me for the for IDEX or whatever is the incompatible material supports. Two. To be able to do 2 colors quickly, because there are many opportunities for 2 colors, like the panel type stuff. To be able to do that quickly and efficiently, and then incompatible material supports. So this goes here. They are not poking out the front, so that's a good thing. Clear, it's clear, and there's a good fit. I even made that bump out on the side to match the knob. Waiting on building an IDEX right now is because, as far as I know, slicers don't support different nozzle diameters and different extruders. I want to be able to combine nozzle widths. That would be nice. I agree. My new printer was my first time self-sourcing build from scratch, and I ordered 1 set of bearings instead of 3. Oops. Are we on a firmware for today's stream? I don't know. It depends on how long we go and how much time wiring takes, because we have a lot of wiring to do. So this goes on there, and I made everything match, and that just screws into here. And then this ends up being a module that will bolt into the bottom there. So let's go. Speaking of random things, playing games, did you see the TS100 mod to make it play Tetris? The score was the temp. That's awesome. I think that's right. Oh yeah, I'm gonna go with 6mm on these. Grab some 8s, but 6s will be better. Still waiting for a variable diameter nozzle. Now this skirt does block access to all the extra I/O on here. I don't expect to need it. I don't even know if it's really supported. Hey Sanity, welcome. That should just go in there. This gives access to the SD card and the USB port. I'm hoping that's enough clearance. There's a little notch here for a screw that's on the front of the power supply. Oh, I'll need those 2 and 3x8s. Let's see how this actually looks here. I think I can start these. There. I think I'm pretty happy with that. Hopefully it can actually be assembled when the power supply is in there, because I can't get to the screw on this side from the power supply. We will find out. Yeah. I like it. It's sturdy. I can hit the button without it flexing. Yeah, that works pretty good. That is print number 2 on that. I think that's pretty good. Print number 2, and it fits. Is there a rough release date for the Phoenix? Not yet. Not yet. You've gone down a YouTube rabbit hole of non-planar additional access 3D printing. I have a couple of times recently. I see it. It's interesting, but I haven't gone down a rabbit hole on it. Okay. Let's get to wiring. We have a lot to do. So I think let's finish up the tool head. Because I'm hoping it's just a matter of plugging in these adapters that I made. So I just took some board JST XHs and soldered them together in the proper orientations to just be a splitter. You are missing the chat. What am I missing? What am I missing? Where am I missing the chat? I am missing the chat. I missed your question. I'm based in Portugal, Lisbon. We're asking about the Tridex and Phoenix. Is everybody hearing me talking about Tridex and Phoenix? Did I miss any questions on the Tridex or Phoenix? I'm confused. I am confused. I'm going to allow myself to be confused. Are you caught up, Nadir? Are you caught up? Okay. So the splitter is, you have an excuse, nobody tagged you? Well, I'm usually pretty good about catching even stuff I'm not tagged in, but see you, man with the croc. Have a good one. Okay. So I made this splitter by taking some of these. And this is a board mount socket. Kobe, I've not built a rack rig V-Minion. My impression though is I would imagine the V-Minion is probably an easier build. This has no wire management, and that's the big hit on it. There is no wire management here, so you have to figure all that out yourself. About to make an order on Fabreeko. Do you guys have a discount code by any chance? There isn't a discount code, but there is still the coupon. If you order a Rook kit and put the 2020 upgrade in your cart and then use the code in the description, the 2020 upgrade is free. But I don't know what their stock status is either. Anyway, I took a couple of these, bent the leads over so that they were close to each other, and then soldered them together. So I did 2 of them like this and bent those towards each other. And then one has to go the opposite like that. And then just got my soldering iron in the middle there and connected them. And then shrink wrap around the whole thing. So, I'm not familiar with wire management. Do you have a professional engineering background, or is this all self-taught? I'm a grad student. I work on printers for my research, but that's on the software side, not hardware. This is all, 90% is all self-taught. I want to show a tip on shrink wrap. I don't know if anybody has, if this will probably be useful for somebody. So if you take a piece of shrink wrap and say, I wanted to get shrink wrap over this, there is a great difference in the shrink wrap. heat shrink tubing. There's a great difference in the diameter of tubing that needs to fit over this side versus this side. And heat shrink tubing is rated at different shrink factors. So 2-to-1, 3-to-1. I don't know what the various options are. And I'm gonna use this little piece here as my example. But I was not convinced that shrink tubing that would fit over the large side of this would shrink down enough on the small side. So I took something that was close to fitting over here, and you can expand it. I very often take a pair of needle nose and shove them in there and just pull. Now, there is a point where this will snap, but you can make that piece significantly larger diameter. See that? And it will fit over things that it wouldn't before, and it'll still shrink down just fine. It will still shrink down just fine. And that's in fact what I did here with a piece that was closer to appropriate for this, but this was just the example. This one, I took one and that was close and expanded it as well and fit it over there. Now be careful when you shrink these down, because these, the nylon or whatever, or HDPE, what is this? It feels very slick. So is it HDPE or something, or some other plastic? You can melt it. Any thoughts on the monolith gantry? I've seen it a little bit. It looks cool. Why is it shrink wrap covered? Because there's exposed contacts in the middle here, and I just didn't want anything to be able to get in there. You soldered the metal tips. How do you prevent them from short circuiting? There is no chance of those bending together and short circuiting. The heat shrink keeps anything out. It's fine. Polypropylene. So now I can take my part cooling fan and plug that in there, and you'll see the red wires on that side, positive wires on that side. These are the other two. So if we plug that in, it just goes there. Red wire's still that way. And that in there. Now I've got a little very compact adapter. I don't know how great this is going to work, but it was this was my attempt at red and red. And these had to be soldered in opposite so that the polarity stays correct. We got another raid. Oh, we have Grant. 2 raids today. Wow. Welcome 3D Musketeers audience. Interesting idea instead of using Wigos. I've got no space here, and this will actually slide in right there. Hey Amber, welcome. You know, I try to tag you every time when I come in and say hi on Grant's stream, and you're never active, so your name doesn't come up. But I always try. Okay, that can go out of the way until we get the PTFE tube in there. Doom, thanks for the gift and memberships. Hey Brent, one more and you'll have raid 3. Hey, the name of 3D. Fabreeko, thanks for the gift and memberships. This isn't 3D Musketeers, where am I? Okay, we're gonna go ahead and do the PTFE that the kit came with. Just trying to see what happens when you try to summon Steve on Steam Stream. Welcome, Duff. Wouldn't it rattle in place inside the tool head? Maybe. There is a good chance of that. Okay, that is a clean cut on that, so I'm just going to use it. And then go all the way down here. That probably, can I pull this off easily? What do I need to do that? Michael, your comment got hidden by a raid. My connectors came in today, so I'm gonna have my project AC wiring out of the way and dedicated build day. Nice. Hey, Science Sniper and another CG. Who was this? My comment. Michael L. You said something. I can only be in for a bit because of family or work. Thanks. Have you seen that you can take the PCB mount JST XH and insert them into a female end and add heat shrink to make a male cable end? I hadn't thought of that. That's interesting. Okay. I'm going to pull this apart because I don't think I can get an adequate push to make sure that the PTFE is in the hot end properly. So I think we can pull this screw, which kind of locks that in place. Loosen that screw, and then these two screws. GST SM is a proper wire-to-wire connector. For sure. We do a lot of things in rep style 3D printing building though that is not necessarily proper, and it's kind of the fun of it to make it work. This is kind of nice. I can pull this right off the module. So now I have proper access to this and support. So that goes there, but then see this, that wiggle, we need a clip in there. Where is a clip? Ah. Hold that down. I'm gonna use my tweezers first. While I'm holding this down, I'm gonna get these in here, pull this up. Now I can get this in here. This is important on a Bowden setup, that doesn't wiggle. Problem solving stuff that's just the right amount of jank is the fun of 3D printing. Absolutely, 100%. As long as it's safe. Now we're talking about wiring. There can be arguments made, but has anyone experienced with a slicer for Chrome? Wasn't there a web browser based, a cloud-based slicer? Didn't Joel cover that on a video somewhere? Goes there, which means this can come back on here. Oh, and I did not have the right wires into my adapters here. I kind of looked at them and didn't pay enough attention. Kurimoto, that sounds right. Okay, so this is the hot end. That's the hot end. So let's go here. These two. Here. Now, I was told by Keith that the default config for this, and Marlin supports running these part cooling fans to different outputs on the controller, and that it will run them both. I didn't know that when we did the stuff last stream, so we are going to just use an adapter here. Ben, thanks for the gifted memberships. Kurimoto. Okay, so that goes in there, and then we can tighten this back down. RAID used to mean redundant array of inexpensive disks. What was, I didn't notice that Nero had been streaming earlier. What was he streaming? Oh, a little bit of tightness there. Stable as a rock. A rook. Part cooling fan. Members chat. Member stream. Oh, awesome. You can raid from a member stream? That's cool. That goes there. That goes there. There's a pretty good little cavity in here. So that's gonna go right like that. And then we have a piece on the back that can bolt in here that we can zip tie everything to. Oh, something else I fixed, and this was, we talked about this. Who was it? I apologize. My names are not great. Last stream, we talked about the side skirts, and we went through a whole thing in CAD on making these even. They are not centered. See the thing here? So this is one I had printed before. So the new ones are centered. Hey Kyle, welcome. You can only do it today because you had already started. Apparently you're not subscribed or whatever it's called, and at least to his members streams. I am though. I am. I'm subscribed and I'm a member. So I don't know. I'm publicly subscribed. I think you have to be publicly subscribed, or there's two settings in there. You have to be either publicly subscribed, or you have to have specifically allow folks to raid other channels to raid into your stream. And I have it set to anyone who I'm publicly subscribed to can. So that's a setting on my side, and I know what the setting is. Anyway, the original LDO Rook config used separate MOSFETs for part cooling fans, but then they went back to using a Y splitter to free up the fan MOSFET for an optional controller fan. But we're not using an LDO kit, we're using a Fabreeko kit. Yeah, mine is all, I mean, Grant raids into me just fine. So it's fine. I'll double check it. Okay, anyway, that was that. We have this little cable or wire management thing. I think we can put it there and get around that whole bundle. Let's find out. Raid from Grant's stream today went really smooth, seamless. Nice. I never know. I know, but the Marlin config is based off the Rook kit. Is it the same controller? It's still the E3V3? I think you said that. So I need to put I want to put a sleeving over all of this now. And I think I'm gonna leave this separate. I'm gonna sleeve just the wire. I'm gonna leave this separate. And motherboard, awesome. Now I have connectors up here. I'm not happy with having these connectors up here. I don't know if I'm gonna change that, but this is gonna go around there. And then I need some sleeving that's gonna fit over all of that. I'm gonna ditch some of these zip ties when I do that. So, which sleeving is going to be best? This is an example short piece, but this might be the stuff I need to use because it'll go over these connectors. Yeah. Okay, in stream chat, I think the polarity is wrong in the video, but it shows the basic idea. Trim the short corners off those connectors and then put heat shrink over each one for additional protection. Yeah, I can see that. I'm gonna go with this. It'll be easy to, since I'm using the split loom sleeving, I bought some of this off of Amazon. This is, it's not actually marked, but I think it's the 3/8 stuff. Hey Bob, welcome. Yeah, and I'm gonna want to take all of this, so I think I'm gonna try to take this all the way through. So that's gonna go into there. It's gonna come around here. I have several instances where it's going to exit the sleeving, so I think about this long. Anything I'm missing up here before I seal it up? Yeah, this is the fabric, the nice fabric stuff. Now it still has a nylon or whatever core in there, so I'm going to seal the end. Just seal the end with some heat, some flame. Now, I'm not going to be able to use my cool little tool, I don't think, on here. So let's get in here. I'm going to have to do this manually, especially since I've got wires coming in the middle of the setup, but hopefully this isn't too bad. Yeah, we are back on to our goal of hitting 300 likes by giveaway time. We give away a roll of Polymaker filament at the 3-hour mark. This is appropriate sized open end wrench. Okay, so I need that to go in here enough. Get rid of this zip tie. Zip tie in here. Did I have a zip tie here as well, huh? No, here at the end. I'm gonna leave the one at the end. These Wish shears are the best. Yes, they are. I've used them inappropriately a couple of times though, so I could probably, I should pick up a new set. All of this up into here. I need to, it's gonna go there and that's gonna go there. Let's push this a little ways. Where's your loom tool? I can't really use it here because I've got wires that are gonna come into the middle, and this hasn't been too bad. It's fairly well, you cut those in a way that you don't come undone. You seal the ends with a flame. Zip tie is going to go around there. Put that zip tie there now. Zip ties. Okay. Not there, there, or there. Where did I put my zip ties? Ah, they're over here. Kobe, Won't be here for the giveaways, but here's a small contribution. It's a wonderful channel and it's a great host. Thank you. Appreciate that. Okay. Zip ties. Oh, where's the long enough zip tie? Go with the white zip tie up here. Using orange Pi 3 LTS, they have onboard NVMe's. Okay, this is gonna go up through here. Back here. There we go. That should I can make sure I'm grabbing the cloth with that zip tie because that's important. Oops, sorry about the view. There. And that's a nice wide zip tie, and it's natural. So it kind of blends in. Okay, now we got to get the rest of this going. So yeah, we have 3 steppers coming into here, so we're gonna have to redo this zip tie. Probably this bundled zip tie, although I might leave that because it's not moving at that point. So, hey, don't knock it. I'm glad I went with this larger sleeving. Oh yeah, that'll work. That'll work well. All my printers are Pi 4 on a wave share. 128 gig NVMe. Okay, this one here can come out for now. This is going to clean this up a lot. Now what I didn't get to do, which I should do before I get too far, is I should have put a twist in this. I should be putting the twist right here. So let's see if we can get a twist. Jeff, happy Easter. Make sure I can still hit the extent of travel here. We're not really worried about having a little too much. We don't have a top panel to worry about, in other words. Almost there. I'll put a little bit of a twist around here, and that can go back in here. Okay, so I'm gonna zip tie up here to hold this in place. There. Is this long enough? Yep. I'm just gonna go right into the back. There. Nice. That and this goes in here. You like this build? I didn't do the Rook, but I did the Rook 180. I think it's an interesting build. It is, it's designed to its purpose, which means you're left on your own for some of this, like wire management. But for the most part, that is pretty good and relatively clean. Once we get this one sleeved as well, I think that is fine. VHB mount it. VHB mount what? I've got a VHB wire anchor we put in last time right here. Hey, Jaeger. But that cleans up the whole thing so much. A little bit of cable sleeving. The top zip tie. I could. I'm a little worried about the VHB holding long term on the plastic part there. I don't know that it would be as good as a quick black zip tie here. It would be cleaner, but I don't trust it to hold long term. There's a lot more going on here than right here. Yours is still holding? We'll leave it like this for right now. I can change that pretty easily later. Okay, so this is basically about the same distance each of those. So I kind of want that to just kind of follow the path of the tubing, of the harness, I mean. So I'm gonna cut that right about there, I think. Mark there with my thumbnail. Nice. Now this is an entry into the PTFE. So I like to take my little chamfer bit and give it a little bit and make sure I didn't leave any bits in there. Is it just me or does it look like a deep sea ROV? Now that can't go in there yet. I need to put the little clip on. And since we're using blue PTFE here, I'm just gonna go ahead and use the the blue clip. Ow! That was a lot of pressure. Go. And then I need a little clip there, although it's not moving. So I need to find, I know I have clips around. Maybe there's one in here. I'll have to find where I put those, but it'll need a clip here. Gotta head out, should be back before the giveaway. If not, send out a search party. Okay, the tool head is on. I've got full motion and things aren't binding, things aren't getting in the way. I'm happy. That doesn't look too bad. It is managed. Now we got to do this, which means putting on the X or the Z end stop. This bundle of wires here to deal with. Those will be all when we turn it over. Is it printing yet? This close. I'm also going to be interested to try the little belt gauge and see, because I feel like these are tension more than they need right now. Hey, Daniel. Okay, let's go to the Fabreeko Rook GitHub. And let's look at for what instructions there are. We went through a lot of this, but I'm looking for I think the end stop just goes on this little printed part on the bit. Hey, Buddha. I want to see the use of that tool. We used it on Tuesday, and I've used it on another build since. I like it. I think it's going to become part of my regular build tools. Where do they have us putting in that? Hi, Haddison. I got through all this. Okay. Z-belt. We got the Z-belt on. Oh, there's the micro switch. Looks like we might not have, oh, there it is. Attach using M2.5 by 12 self-tapping screws. That's what I was looking for. So where is the end stop switch itself? Thought I had all my stuff in here. Nope. Nope. Where is the end stop switch? No, it's not on there. We didn't install it. Where's the end stop switch? Are the Z-rods 10 millimeters on this one? They are 8 millimeters. Got screen cables. Oh, there it is. There's our end stop switch. Twist this. Eric, welcome. Just gonna manually twist this real quick. Hi, Julie. Now this is a little tedious twisting by hand, but it's a short piece. I'm almost there. So 3 linear rails, 4 rods, few bearings, 4 motors, and everything else is a printed piece. Yep, it is a very, there we go, good. Okay, they say M2.5 by 12. Let's see, do we have M3 by 12? Oops, did not want to do that. 3 by 25s. Where are those fasteners? M2.5 by 12. Three. I don't know if these came in the kit. It's probably an M3, right? And 4 by 12. Oh, what are these? M2.5 by 8s. Hey, Gert. I don't think these are them, are they? No, this is bigger than that. Those are M3s. Okay, well, let's see if an 8 will work. How did I miss the beginning? How did you miss the beginning? Now, my question is, this says to attach with M2.5 by 12s. Yeah, that's what I thought. They will not fit through the switch. So, M2.5 by 12 self-tappers, I mean, it doesn't matter. Self-tappers or whatever, they're not fitting through this switch. So, that is not correct. Let's see what we actually need to make this work. I don't think an M2 is going to thread into these holes. It might. It might. Okay. I got M2 by 10s that are catching, so let's try it. So this is going to go, doesn't really matter, it just has to go some way. It's gonna go here and then go straight up into this loop here. I bought a bunch of switches with the wrong hole size. I couldn't find the proper screws for it, so I ended up drilling them out. And that's what I did on the Milo build here. They are a larger switch though, and the spec on the hole for the switches, the mounting hole is I think 2.35 or 2.45. So they needed to be drilled out just a little bit for a M2.5 screw. Let's see. Get a view here. Go. So this has to go right up underneath here. These have to be bent over. Wires have to be bent over. M2. Yeah, I've got an M2 here, which is what I'm going to use for this. Let's see if it's going to, M2 goes through fine, which is expected. The question is, will it actually catch in this printed part? If it does not, then I will use M2 machine threads and put a nut on the other side. Do I want to build one of these? Just a tad short on cash. Yeah, that is tightening. So I think we're okay. We are fine. So then that's going to come down, and it triggers on the deck there. And this is one reason I wanted to screw the deck down, is it's not screwed down in the default files. I added these screws to hold it down for a more consistent Z reference point. It doesn't hold properly. You could use M2 heat sets. I could, or I have access to both sides. So if it hadn't held properly, I just would have used a longer screw and a nut on the other side. But I think it's okay now. I think it will be fine. So now this has to go up through there. So I'm gonna sleeve all of this with a little smaller diameter sleeve that I have. Same split stuff. See if I have a shorter piece. Offcut from something, or use existing offcuts if I can first, but it looks like that is it. Everyone orders some hot sauce and he'll build one. Okay, so that's gonna go there, come around here, around there, and then into there. Now I've already connected it on the other side, so this might be a little more challenging, but there you go. Anyone want some hot sauce? 20% off with Steve Builds. You got to be around, Garrett. You got to be around on Tuesday. I think we got distracted this last Tuesday, but Taco Tuesday, I'll wear the taco hat if you're around and remind me. But you got to remind me. I'm trying to not cut my belts. Do you have any trick to force the leftover belts to just run through the side of the stealth burner? Through the side of the stealth burner? Or, well, what carriage are you talking about? Because there's space inside on regular stealth, or the regular carriage. If you're talking tap, then there's some, depending on what it is, there aren't great ways. Tuesday, I'll be at the dentist at 5. You're going to be at the dentist at 5. Are you telling me you're going to be at the dentist at 5? Or 7? Actually, it would be 8 o'clock your time. Okay, let's pop this one, and this one for now. Go there, which means this. Let's see if I can use this. So I have a, let's see if this one will, maybe. There we go. At least get it started. So this is a printed thing. Oops, I forgot to seal the ends of this. Doesn't take a lot. Pepper had it. We're going to confuse him again and not introduce myself before. Yes, this is exactly how I got the taco hat. Is he's walking by and says, if I give you a taco hat, will you wear it on stream? I'm like, sure, why not? This bend here makes this interesting, but at least it got started. Let's go ahead and pull this out now, because it's not. Sometimes starting it is the hardest part, so. No, I still have the hat. Hey, Mike. this curve in the wires definitely makes it more challenging. It doesn't have to be though. Pull all of this. No reason not to pull all of this, except that I only have so many times I can thread these M2s in here. Here we go. Now that my little tool would have worked better too. Let's see if we can salvage the use of it. Which way does this need to go? This way. This is right at the limit of fitting this wire, and right at the limit of fitting the sleeve. There we go. Yeah, no, not enough room. Let's try it. Oh, wouldn't you like to be a pepper too? Can you roll it on its back without causing a fire hazard? Well, maybe. All the way this way. Do you know if there are any laser engravers that are DIY like the Vorons or Milo? There are projects out there. You definitely want to be familiar with the way those work and the safety considerations and all that before you enter into a DIY laser setup, because there are no safe, you don't want to take shortcuts. Hey, Alyssa. You know if okay. This is just barely correct, but let's pull this through here. And this gets into here. This goes this way, but then we want to put our twist on it. Laser is dangerous from the output, but the power supplies are high voltage. Yeah. There is a lot to doing a laser correctly. Which way is this? To go inside there because I need a little bit of space back here. Gonna have a cherry good time. Diode laser blind spot club. That does not sound okay. Now I've got to figure out, maybe I can turn this on its side. Probably give you a little better view here. Got wire length questions. It's got to be a little shorter, I think. So that goes there. This one's got to be a little longer. This is a DC bed, so. Okay, so that goes right like that, and that is good. Go there. Question is, we don't have enough wire on this, I don't think. I kind of want to grab as much wire as I can get. So let's see if we can pull this through a bit. Let's try that. I want a larger, let's do a larger zip tie here. DC bed, what's your sleep number? Goes right there. Here, this screws back into there. It's a build size of the Rook. The bed is a 120, but I'm pretty sure the tool head, at least in this configuration, won't hit that. About 95 to 100 millimeters. We'll soon be out of projects. Oh, there is no end to the projects. I promise. What is going on here? This did not maintain the twist. Like that. It's come down right there. This comes up right there. Awesome. Let's take a little bit more. I want as much room underneath there as possible. I keep a list of projects in my logbook, currently 32 ongoing, 141 I want to do. Wow. I made a list because I've been trying to get everything ready for Rocky Mountain. So I made a list before last weekend on things I wanted to get done. And there were 11 things that I thought would be reasonable to get done last weekend. I thought it was a little bit of a stretch, and it was. But as of this weekend, I have 10 of those 11 things done. Now that's not everything I need to do. Those are the things that I had planned on making significant progress on or completing as of last weekend. I did not make a list for this weekend. There. That is not bad. That is not bad at all. Saved a few trays and stickers from Murph. My daughter hits up everyone. Nice. I will have stickers, I will have Charlie pins, and I will have trays. I need to remember to gather up all the trays. Is Phoenix ready? No, but it will be. Tomorrow is pretty much the Phoenix. Take some video of the last bits of the main build and then do some tweaks that have changed on the build since design. But yeah, that works. I feel like the top part of the printer is now wired. Mixed reality goggles for eye protection from lasers. Luckily, they can filter the frequency of light required. Well, you're talking about basically, is that going to damage the camera? Should I be offended Laura wants a parts tray from you because Steve made it despite the fact that I can make them? No, that's very reasonable. Did Fabreeko mod the bed support frame to work with the LDO bed thermistor? Well, we'll find out. I might be breaking out the side cutters. I see what you mean though, Keith. Killed the sensor for the camera. Depends on how tight you go down. Yeah. Okay. That is good. I'm not going to put the bed on because I don't want to worry about it flopping around until we get the bottom side wired. So, how did I support this last time? Because we've got a big old, what did I use to support this? How much space? I need a bunch of space. Seems like overkill. Seems like overkill. Protective laser lens absorb the dangerous wavelength, so likely it could filter the damage the sensor. Filament boxes. So I need a bit of space. These can kind of bend out of the way. I was looking for a little more than filament boxes would give me, without taking up a ton of bench space. But I might end up just taking up a ton of bench space. That's not too bad. That's not too bad. Not super stable, but it's not going to fall over. Any mods for this to have an enclosure? I'm sure there are, but I have no interest in enclosing this. So this is a little PSU bracket that I made. It's going to bolt in right there. Oh, I need to put another heat set in it. And then it's going to support the power supply that goes across here. Hoping that I can still get to everything I need to. Let's put that heat set in the top here, just while I'm thinking about it. Yeah, don't experiment with eye safety and lasers. It's really not worth it. Really not worth it. go. What laser eye surgery is. Okay, I want to put this bracket in place though, because it may impact how I run wire. So, and I have no idea if it'll actually fit, so it might be a good idea to test that. So, safety squints do not work. No, there are no safety squints when it comes to light safety. Long boy screwdriver is very handy in this case. Oop. Only problem is it's not magnetic. I had mentioned in a previous stream that I put extra heat sets in the side of the frame here, specifically for this, even though I hadn't had this modeled yet. It is a very long Allen key, isn't it? It's got a disproportionately small handle too. So the idea here now is that the power supply goes here, and that supports it right there. And holy moly, it lines up. First try. Yeah, so that ends up going in there. Now that means that my ribbon cable for the display has to come across here, which will impact my bottom panel strategy. But it is getting a bottom panel. Hey, Pedro. Cheap green lasers on Amazon are stronger than eye surgery lasers. Don't play with those either. Okay, so now we need to, this is the Z end stop. Is that going to be able to just plug right in? Let's bring up the Big Tree Tech wiring diagram. Does it really need a bottom panel? Yes, it does, Clee. Yes, it does. SKR Mini E3V3 GitHub. Yes, it does. Squinting definitely doesn't work when welding. Q&A live streaming session to help us an entire community based on your large experience. That would be interesting. I won't rule it out. Hardware. And we are on the V3.0. And let's go back to hardware, and we just want the pinout diagram. So now we can see that Z stop is the fifth one over from this side, or the third one from the other. So this is the Z stop. So this is just going to plug directly in right there. No crimping. No crimping required. So I can go there. I'm gonna, since this is basically done, I'm gonna make this a little tighter bundle with some zip ties. How you doing, Clee? Thanks for stopping by. So, Clee is really good. I like Clee, even though he's wrong on a couple of points. Bottom panels and VHB goes on the panels, not the frame. So just want to make that clear. Wrong plug? What do you mean the wrong plug? this is my fan, part fan. This is my hot end fan. This is the Z end stop. Z stop is right there. See ya, Kyle. It's in the Y end stop, not in the Z end stop. We got, oh, you're right. Because this thing, which we're getting rid of, we're not going to use this. I was off by one. I was hidden. Thank you. Well, that's even better. Use up more of that wire length. Nice and clean. But yeah, this was for the 12864, so I won't be using that. I'll put that in the spare boards box. Okay, the whole new printer with them, not a Voron. Is there such thing as not a Voron? Okay, let's get these. I don't want this to all be tangled up from the get-go, so let's pull this stuff out to various spots. This is really the big one, this is the extruder stepper, which is, holy moly, that's a lot of wire. So what are we going to do here for routing? I guess we're just going to basically go straight across and let it kind of sit below the, so we'll go maybe down here and then across to the plug, because all of this is going to be underneath the power supply. You'll hear more when the manual is done. I haven't told him that I have never put a bottom panel in any of my printers. Okay, Bill, let me see. Where's this unmoderate? Remove a standard moderator. The fan on the left side. Yeah, this fan here. I don't actually have a fan handy. But if this comes over here, it's going to avoid the fan. Then that'll go there. And then the fan, which one is the extruder? Extruder is the end one here. So I don't really have a good way, unless I went under here and around and plug in there, which I suppose I could. But it seems like a lot of extra wire for not a lot of gain. So I think I'm just going to go right there, cut those to that length. Good job. I'm planning on updating one of my printers with the same board. The screen I have won't work with the SKR. What model screen are you using? It's the Big Tree Tech TFT 35. Well, I'm sure we'll be bouncing around on cars there, Bill. You might get an earful anyway. There and there. Yeah, well, I mean, I agree, Bearded. But I don't really have any, I guess whatever. I already did it. Maybe I'll route the other ones that way. Spot decisions. Sometimes you regret them. But it's not going to stop the build from working, so. I actually should have just put one of my zip tie mounts here and routed things around that way. This one will be the outlier. It'll be the one flaw, the singular flaw in my build here. Only one. That's it. Yeah, I got a good trace spot here. Lacking knowing exactly how these are going to need to go. I'm just going to match the order that the plug was. I'll clip this and include it with every CO request. Steve said it's okay. Use the pigtail to power the Pi and my V minion. Still haven't figured out proper flashing without opening it up. I've been doing lots of board flashing and catapult configuring and stuff lately. And not just Clipper. I did updated my black V2 to the latest release candidate 3 of RepRap firmware last night, and that was super easy. I copied the firmware file up in the web control, duet web control, and it said, do you want to flash this to the board? And it restarted and it was flashed. I did the same thing with the wet Wi-Fi firmware and the web interface. Can you demonstrate how are you easily crimping JST connectors so easy? Yeah, I'll show a little more detail on my technique on the next one, because we're not done. We got a few of these. So we're gonna go blue, yellow, green, red. So blue, blue, yellow, green, red. And this will at least get the pairs lined up. We may have to invert the direction in the firmware config. Apparently the newest Prusa Mark IV release candidate firmware enables touchscreen. I saw that. I haven't updated mine yet. There we go. And this is going to zip tie there. And just plug in right across here. And I was barely at, if I was doing that again, I would do it different, but that's going to go right there. And I am going to kind of zip tie to make a bundle right here and keep it out of the way of the fan. So now for the other ones, and fun, I guess I'll unplug one and figure out which stepper this is. But I am going to take the idea of routing it around here and over to here. We got X motor and Y motor, and whichever one this is, we will not going to update until full release. Under here. Where are we at? We are at a little under 300 people, which I think is excellent for a holiday Sunday. 160 likes though. We need to get that up there. Okay, I need to know which one. Is this A or B? X or Y? And I've got everything oh, I know. One of these, if these are the same length, oops, I just did that. But if the original wires were the same length, you should be able to tell. that. The longer wire should be, that is B, so X. BX and AY. The longer wire should be B. So this is going to be X. It is printed in ABS. ABS and ASA. Hey, Latian. Now, when I am going to label these, even though I haven't been doing a lot of labeling on this, these ones are important. Let me break out the, oops, I got the smaller heat shrink on there. I want the bigger one. Hey, Kevin, welcome. Oh, Steven, I didn't read your comment. I actually did not read your comment before deciding to do this. So we just need an A, a B. What other wires do we have here that would be helpful? This is hot end. So I guess we'll do E0, and we already have a fan, and what is this? This is going to be, oh, we already have thermistor hot end. We didn't do that, but it's going to be hard to mistake the extruder wire. I think that's it. I think I just need those three. Hot end 0 is what I want, not E0. Hot end 0. Even though there's no one, but still. Print. Are those your notifications I'm hearing? It might be. Let me turn on streamer mode. There we go. What tape are you using for the heat shrink labels in your Brother printer? This is the 5.8 millimeter stuff, but it is, oh, I don't know what brand. Does it have a brand? Oh, there we are. UBHS211 will get you started. Hey, Ram. Okay. I love my little toolbox right here. This is so much nicer. This has relieved a lot of annoyances working in here. Screenshot it while it was in focus. Nice. Any good generic cheap brands? Those are generic cheap. I just don't know what brand they are. I didn't research it. I just bought heat shrink labels for Brother Label Maker off of Amazon and called it good. Okay, so this is B, which is gonna go to X, which if we go around here, this is gonna get about right there. What's the underside of your bench look like now? Have we begun clearing it out? Oh yes, it's absolutely been cleared out and then immediately filled with more stuff. So that is B. Okay, so that is now labeled, which means I'm going to take this one and just cut it to the same length. It's going to give it a little extra, but if I have to swap those to get everything to work right, then that will make sure I have enough length. There we go. Okay, so this one is B. What's the make anything else in your Milo? I'm reprinting the front spindle mount now. Too many ugga-duggas when I tightened it for tramming. I have not yet, but I am, that's like part of, that is part of Rocky Mountain prep, is I need to make some, or modify something on that. So. Something, I mean, my project process all centers around finding time and motivation in between stream prep. So sometimes, and you've seen it, I don't get back to something for a good while. Although this is one that I've got motivation to get back to, so that'll be a good thing. Okay, stripping back. Let's do a little, oops. I guess that's as close as I can get. There is a spec for how much wire you want for each connector. I mostly guess. Cheers for the heat shrink label recommendation. We'll get some for my next build. Yeah, it's really handy. So I strip back a certain amount, and then I check to see what orientation I'm going to want to crimp these in, so that I'm not twisting, and at least being consistent across the wires. So I'm not twisting them to get them into the connector. So we are going to go, the way that these JST terminals work is the open end, the open end of that you crimp down and curl in is opposite of the locking end. So if I hold this like this, then I can kind of see what order. So I'm gonna do blue, pink, or blue, red, green, black. So when I get over here, I'm probably gonna flip this around like this, and blue, red, green, black. So I'm gonna grab my blue wire here. Now, some people will put the terminal in the crimper first. I find that if I put this right on the edge and just use the tip, the very edge of my finger there to hold it, I can get in here now with, for these I use the 1.3 for JSTs. I can get in here and get this in behind, and it takes a little bit of a technique here, but I'm pinching it there, get in here behind, and then that allows me to hold that to where it's centered. And if it's not, you got to go really slow here, because if it pushes off to the side, if it doesn't stay centered, then you're not going to get a good crimp. So you want that to go in evenly. And then once it's held in place, then I'll go in and make sure, because you can move it back and forth here, make sure that the insulation is all the way up to where it's going to crimp, and then squeeze down. And then there's one. And now sometimes it's helpful to kind of push the insulation side together. And then for these, I go the next size up, which is 1.6. And once again, make sure that's straight and it's around the middle of the jaw there, and crimp that down. So then bend, and you want to make sure all your other wires are out of the way. So I can kind of hold those with my other fingers, and then go in here. And you see I adjust there to make sure it's crimping flat, crimping even. And I probably have a greater than 95, or maybe even better than that, success rate on crimps. I very rarely have a crimp go wrong. Now, some people might find it easier to take this and put it in your crimper here and make sure it's clear, and then don't squeeze, and that wasn't great. I didn't do a great job of getting that on camera. And then coming in here and holding that in place and then crimping. That is perfectly fine. I find I can be quicker the other way. Conductor first. Yeah, I do conductor first. Half the time when I hold the connector and then try to crimp it, I drop the connector and it's lost forever. You got, maybe it's the shape of my fingers, but I can get it wedged in there just in the very tip and still have enough room to get bring the crimper in from behind and then hold it. I suck at crimping. I read Voron doc somewhere. I learned a non-ratchet crimping. Yeah, so I highly recommend these over the Engineer. I have experience with the Engineers. I like these better. This is the iCrimp. It used to be referred to as iWis 2820M. Okay, another couple of ends. And the benefit to crimping them all in the same basic order is they're already lined up to go into the connector housing here. That's okay, making sure I still have the label on here. So I'm pretty sure if you go to my Amazon link, it is an affiliate link in the description. I have those crimpers in my Amazon store. Now, the Engineer PA09s, I have a feeling that they used to be good. I'm not a fan. I'm a big fan of a lot of the engineering tools. I am not a fan of the PA09s. And I own both Japan-made and Taiwan-made versions. And they're both less useful to me than the iWis. So I've got to think, based on the Engineer feedback, that they've changed over the years, even at the Japan factory. The Hosen's Klee. I got frustrated trying to use my my iWis, what are these, SN025 for DuPonts the other day, and I need to go grab the Hosen's and start using them, because these, I've decided I don't like these. So I've got to bring the Hosen's back out. I got the Hosen's from Cleater. Is that one you're currently using? I remember you had some squareness issues. I will only put anything in my store there, Ella, that that I've used and I think is a good thing. At least at the time that I bought it, anything there was good. So yes, that one has been bought by me, and it is nice and square, and it seems pretty good quality. It's made in, I think it's made in Czech, a Czech company. Okay, that one's labeled, so let's go through and do this one. Grab it. I use my thumb on the insulating tings. Push that out of the way. Careful, sometimes it takes a little bit to, oop, and then you drop it, that's fine, it happens. There we go, make sure it's in there, crimp. Looks like a generic one to me. It looks, what generic one? I was putting the, with the SN025 DuPonts, I was putting a Big Tree Tech, their SB2209 with the RP2040 on my blue V2 and crimping up the DuPonts for the fan board. And I was having a hard time, so. We will get a lot of DuPont practice here pretty soon on the Tuesday streams because I'm going to work on that. I think I'm going to work on that controller test station I've been wanting to build, and that's good motivation to do it. And the first board we'll be testing is the Recore the Recore A7. 2820 for DuPont's not the best, but it works. These are not for DuPont's. Minor rant time. You need a crimper with a round profile. You need a crimper with a round profile for the insulating side of those. This will not crimp it. For one thing, it's not wide enough to properly crimp a DuPont insulating side. The conductor side, no problem. It's not wide enough, and this has the M profile, right? So all your conductor and insulator on JST and microfits come in and pinch this way. On a DuPont, the insulating side overlaps and wraps around. And that's why you need the round profile here for the insulating side and the M profile for the other. Great deal of quality variation in the crimp manufacturers that affects how good a crimp you can get with specific crimper. Real JSTs crimp quite nicely, Chinese versions not. Mine always break behind the crimp. You need a 5-pin DuPont connector for the TFT serial cable on the motherboard side. I have the cable that came with it. I'm gonna cut it and recrimp the JST side. So this will go in here, and then this is gonna wrap around the power supply and go into the front. So, okay, let's put that on. Labels are on. Blue, red, green, black. Twist it. These can go around. So for the most part, I think A is going to be Y spot. B is going to be in the X spot. These to come around this way. It's twisted the wrong way to do that. There. Need a little zip tie mount anchor. Zip tie anchor for this. Usually have a few of these around at any given spot. There's one. Rarely do DuPont crimps and only use them on the no moving parts to buy a crimper. Oh yeah, you can. I used that exactly what you're talking about for a long time. It's just you're on hard mode for DuPonts. Okay. Right. This side of center on purpose. It's going to tuck it over there, tuck it underneath that SD card spot. Do you think I'd be advised to rewrite the MCU end of the Nighthawk 5-wire can to plug directly into the 4-pin can connector on the Leviathan port? Nighthawk, no, unless you're actually using a CAN toolhead board with that cable. That's a USB cable, and that port on the Leviathan is not USB, it's CAN. The Nighthawk is USB, not CAN. Okay, I'm gonna throw, even if I have to do something else here, I'm gonna throw a zip tie in here just to manage these wires. Oops. Hey, Takuya. Use your DIY Saunders Machine Works vise. Saw that. It looks really nice. You did a good job on that. It's even better that it works well, huh? Okay, so that's gonna go in there. This is gonna tuck in this way and back over there. I'm gonna do this with the heat shrink real quick. Go. The CAN cable coming from the tool head and going directly to the CAN connector on the side of Leviathan. You can't do that on the Nighthawk board. The Nighthawk is not CAN. The Nighthawk is USB. So it's a similar cable, but it's not CAN. It won't work. You have to use that little daughter board. Now, if you are actually talking about the Nighthawk board, it can't. Exactly. But I want to make sure you're clear because it's not compatible. It will not plug in. The Nighthawk toolhead board will not plug into that port on the side of the Leviathan. So, okay, we have a part cooling fan, which I think is just barely long enough. We're not too far from being done with this. I'm gonna add the fan later because I need to identify when I'm gonna plug in. But part cooling fan is in fan 0, right? And that's right here, so it's nice and close. I'm gonna leave it full length of what I have the wire right here. I just want to make sure that you don't accidentally mess up your nice new board. So don't plug it into that port on the side of Leviathan. Use the little daughter board. And 2. Okay, where? 2 of these. Where is that? That is fan 0, which should be right here. And the 24-volt side is that way. So we are going to crimp this like this. Hey, tick. For wire strips, are doing better off with the PA06 or the PA07? Specifically for, oh, I use PA06s. This is an instance where I like the engineer stuff. These work really well for me, the PA06. The PA07, I imagine, is the next range up in sizes. Stripping size, wire size capacity. Where'd my, oh, I put them away. Why did I put the crimpers away? Now I'm going to go back to this because PA07 are 12 to 24. I don't own them, but I think I have other strippers that when I think they're I bought them at Lowe's or something years ago, and they're pretty nice though. When I need to go to larger gauge wires, I use those. I don't have enough use to have wanted to buy the engineers for the heavier gauge wires. Let's just make sure, yes. This is already labeled, so that's there. This is going to come down, plug in the second one over. Yep, that's a part cooling fan. Resetting the connectors works much better with the ratcheting crimpers. Long wire here for hot end fan. This is just going to go right on to the same spot, so cut it about there. This is the second to last JST crimp we have to do before we're on. We have 45 minutes to giveaway time. We are at over 100 people, or over 300 people. So make sure we get see if we can get to 300 likes in the next 45 minutes. Wasn't live, late to the comment part. That's okay. Same deal. It's a little more challenging in here. I'm dealing with shorter wires and have to avoid other things. Something to watch out for when you are crimping the insulation side of these is that the terminal is nice and straight into the crimper, because if you try to crimp this at an angle, it will slip out the side and create a bad crimp. That's probably the most common failure I have when I'm doing a JST crimp, is the insulation side tends to be pretty long little tines on them. And that is hot end fan. That all goes there. Did I miss the last Milo stream? So how'd it go? It was awesome. We had Jake and 9 Mile from the team on, and we did final prep and little bit of tramming. I need to do final tramming, and we created a cam for engraving my logo on a piece of wood. So I got serial number 34. No, a ton of folks swear by those crimpers that Steve is using, but I like the iCrimp iWis 3220M. I bought those years ago and I returned them because I didn't like them. I'm very much a manual crimp. Okay, this is the heater. And where is that? That just goes straight into here. I think I am gonna create a little bit of a service loop here. So I have a little extra wire. So I think I'm gonna go right there. Also going to label it because I made a label. There we go. Hey Holger, finally able to write in here. Awesome, welcome. What size is this? Probably 20 gauge. 20 gauge was close enough. Not sure how I would word this question right, but for the LDO Leviathan, even if it runs a 5160s at 24 volts, do I have to supply it to the header on the side of the board? I don't know the answer to that right off. I don't. It should be in the docs. Holger, thanks for the gift of memberships. I think it should be in the documentation. And I may, if I brought him over, I need to run over to the other garage because I was using the barrel crimper in the other garage. So, are you breezing through this crimping and paying attention to stream? Hey, Dans. Okay. I need to run over and grab the crimpers. Was there anything else over there that I needed that I was thinking about? I don't remember. If I have to, I'll make 2 trips. I'll be right back. Got him. You have to provide power on the side of the Leviathan board, even if you use 24 volts. Thank you for confirming. I mean, I was part of the beta test program for that, and I didn't know that answer for sure. I'd have to look it up. pet label on there. Heat shrink tubing is so cool. William, thanks for being a member. Okay, so I was making a service loop in this just so it would come around. I'm gonna go, nope, I can't go that way. I gotta go this way. I gotta go on this side. So let's get these in. Like that. Bend to the side and go in like that. And then the last wire is the hot end thermistor, which goes into the end here. So this will all clean up quite a bit here in a moment. Back. Right here. So where's everyone at tonight? Someone found myself up at 3 a.m. to catch this stream. 3 a.m. where you are. Where is that? Sir McSquishy. What are the drivers? These are 2209s. Last crimp at all? Might be the last crimp? Last JST crimp at least. Probably have power. I have to do power still. But oh, yeah, I forgot about the Z motor. I could do the motor side and then I would still be correct. It would be a, oops, it would be a pH crimp. Then I would still be correct that these are the last ZH or XH crimps. I forgot. I can make it still. I can make myself still right. There we go. It's labeled. And then we are going to just go like that. So now, let's go in here and a bit of a zip tie there, and another one Japan. Well, welcome. I don't know how many folks I've had say they're from Japan on stream. There we go. And I got plenty of room here for my fan. I can plug it in right there. Rooks tend to be cheap, especially if you're already on some parts. Use any of the cutoff cables, you don't even have to cut another one. Oh, this is true. This is true. Because I have this as my Z cable, and oh no. Oh yeah, I took one end off it already. But you're right. I can just do that. Z goes right there, and I didn't label it. I'm gonna have to make a label, and then it's gonna zip tie right there, and it's gonna go right into there. So I think that is going to be plenty of that. That's a good call. Let's go ahead and do that. The big crimpers, and they're not that good. What model of the crimper are you using? I crimp 2820M. That's what you'd search for on Amazon. These are pH are a bit smaller than XH. pH are these. Here, let's put them in the same orientation. Two, three, four. Then I need a 6-pin connector. Goes right there. Hey, Richard. Welcome. Okay, I need to print a Z label on create label. Z. Is there anything else I could print for a label? Not really. Oh well. Print. Hey, the Spartan in the Bay Area. Look at that. For a Z. That is the problem with these. You want to stack up as much as possible. Make it Z0. Problem is, it doesn't really reduce the amount of waste. It just uses more label. I might as well shrink this while I'm here. No, that's an N. N. Okay. This, I'm going to use one of the other ones as a template. So black, green, red, blue. So I'm going to crimp it this way. To even these up. Now these use even less stripped length, smaller terminal. I have seen the V-chunk. It looks interesting. Okay, so those, and then the same, I use the same method on these. So here, and it just means that I'm a little tighter up on it. And then I use the next size down. I think I use the 1 millimeter on these. I go one size up for the insulation side. Black, green. Blue, red blue. Yeah, AdCat is close. You guys just have to point out something that I'm gonna have to crimp JST on, huh? I'm gonna crimp DuPont just out of spite. No, I'm not. I'm gonna do the JST. So that goes there. Then where did I put the connector? So this goes in here. So black goes in the end one. Green and red go into the two middle ones. And then blue goes into the other end. Just like that. pH, not really any bigger of a deal than XH. I got a little too large of a zip tie in there. That's okay. So then Z can go in there. This moves down, and that goes there. This goes through here. I got too thick of zip ties here. Where are my? Let's use one of these. I think this is the next. Yeah, there we are. Chris, the thing is, I don't know where my I usually have either LDO or Prusa zip ties around. I don't know exactly where they are at the moment, so I've been going into my other supplies. There we go. So aside from, so next is AC wiring. And welcome, Chris. How are you doing? Building the V2 now, nice. Not gonna lie, I like the color scheme of the wires, kind of wishing I'd run my own wires on the V2. Match printed parts color scheme. So I am a little irritated I did this because I might as well have gone around. But it is what it is. AC, let's put the AC. So last time I ranted about using red wires on the AC plug, I swapped it out for white and put it in the correct order. So we're gonna go in here. And this snaps into here. Hopefully, yep. As long as the wires don't get in the way, I should be fine. Okay, it's on there. It's not coming out unless I redo that. Now, question is, can I take this? I'll be able to go like right there. And then over and around here and into the power supply. I don't think it's going to be any better to go straight across or not. Let's see. This is going to go in here and the AC side is right here. If I come around here, that's going to be as good as anything else. I am putting a bottom panel on it. So, yeah. Might have tried to slide those under the motor. There is no room under the motor. Yeah, there is no room under the motor. Now, if I had left more belt, I might have made room, but this will be fine. I'm gonna have a cover. I'm gonna have a cover over the whole thing. And I think I might put this in a little sleeving here. And then it's just gonna come around and I might zip tie it to this post here as it goes into the power supply. And then the other side is just going to go straight down into the controller. So yeah, there's a few things to figure out here. Also properly enclosed. What are we talking about? Mr. Grinch used to be in the area, huh? That was a couple of years before I got here. I moved down here in 2000. I think that'll be fine. I don't really want it to go around. This is the most direct path, and I can actually, when I put the bottom panel on, I can probably make something that forces it to stay here instead of falling out into the area, I think. Yeah, I think so. Kapton tape the wires to the stepper. I don't think I'll need to. Not a bad idea. I don't think I'll need to. Let's get those, because that's going to help force that to stay in that direction. And then this is going to come around here and those are going to go to about there, I think. A little bit. Yeah. Just kind of be right here. What order was the power supply? It's gonna go live, neutral, ground, kind of the opposite right here. Like that. Cut those right there. It's done. Then I need crimps. 1, 2, 3, and 2 more for the AC or for the DC side. Go up a little bit here. There we go. So these are going to go like this. Okay. Mounting holes to the right of the SKR border for a Pi 0. Yes. Yes, but we are running Marlin on this. So turn this around. Was that actually the right call? Because this has to come around and plug in like that, which means I need to do something like that. Okay. It's the same feeling of black. Yeah. It's always a, is this the right length? You get more comfortable the more you do it. What crimping tool is that for the spade connector? Nothing special. It's what was on the Voron sourcing guide when I was buying parts for my 2.2. I don't know. I mean, it's Titan. It's generic ratcheting spade style connector. Okay, so that goes there, and then we'll figure out how stuff sits. Then I need some wires for the board power, 24 volt power. Do I have anything around here that I've used before? Because these are short. These are nice and short. Looking for existing wire stuff. Okay, let's see. Get into my wire stashes. It's very short. I don't need a lot. Okay, well, let's grab a bit of this. The silicone wire stuff that I use. So that's just going to go there to there. I want enough wire that I can move the power supply around, but I probably only need about that much wire. So let's go ahead and do it. Music is like, your call is very important to us. Please continue to hold. I am terrible about mixing up the music. This is the same playlist that's on everything. Hopefully it's not too bad. Okay, this is a molded silicone wire that I get off of Amazon. It is used, or it's molded that way. It is a good idea, I think, to have a little bit of heat shrink on it to keep it from splitting too far. So I'm gonna grab a bit in here to put on that. I think this will work on either end to keep it from just splitting all the way and becoming two wires. So we'll put this on here and figure out about how much we're going to need. And it's a small area, but I don't want it to become two wires, so. So a quick bit of heat shrink on there will keep it from that split from continuing. Just like that. On one side is going to need bootlace ferrules. Those, and one of those. Let's go. Nope. See what I'm doing there? That was wrong. I actually have the colored ones. Black one for this side. Now, these are the proper ones for 18 gauge wire. I just ended up buying a bunch of color ones for 18 gauge wire. Okay, and then, so this is gonna go on here. This is going to go right like that. So split this a little bit. Now this silicone wire, you got to be careful when you split it, because sometimes it can pull from the other side too much. Do not have nice fancy different colors for these. Oh man, I struggle with the crimps. Yeah, I do. Even though I love my contacts, they are super handy. For some of this stuff, I used to use 5 times. These are only 2 times. So I get all the magnification I need now with 2x when I used 5x before. Okay. that is that. Now, gotta do my usual 24 volt is the inboard side. There we go. Now easy to tell which one is power. And then if we really want it, it doesn't matter as much, but this is the power side of the extruder. The other side is the PWM ground, and this is for the bed. Doesn't matter as much there, but that is the idea. So this in, this is going to be a tight fit to the side, but that has nothing to do with my stuff. This is just the printer design at this point. This is going to go right in. There we go. Get that forced in there. Read this. This is your reminder to enter the drawing. Oh yeah, it's 5 more minutes. 5 more minutes and we still need 61 likes. Can we do it? Can we do 61 likes in 5 minutes? Or are people tired of this game? 60 likes. 60 likes in 5 minutes. Nope, the other way. Okay. This is not the last time the power supply is going to get hooked up. Did we already go through all the jumpers? Because I think those are saying sensorless homing. And this one I need to look up what that one is. See, we're only 24 away. 24 away in 4 minutes. The jumpers, what is that jumper? That's NeoPixel Power. That's what this one is. NeoPixel Power, and I think that one is default. Don't forget the screen. Yeah. I was thinking about, we need to put the power supply in so I know what length of wires to do for the screen. That one should be USB power. This one is NeoPixel Power. USB power is on the end here. It's right here on the end. It is small to see. Yep. We have 3 minutes. So I was hoping to actually bolt the power supply in, but you're right. We need to know which ports this cable for the screen are going into. I think do they go here or here? It's one of those. It might be here. What is that labeled as? Excuse me. We'll have to look this up, and hopefully they have good documentation for it. I haven't actually looked it up. Cleaning up a little bit. We have 2 minutes. We have 15 likes to go in 2 minutes. All these offcuts of shrink labeling I do keep. I do use them occasionally. Occasionally. Where was that? Oh, here. That's why that's out. That. Hey, Constantine. No Pi. It is going to run on Marlin. Yep. This is going to be our first Marlin content of the channel, I think. I'm not done with all this stuff, but I am cleaning up a little bit while we wait for 5 more likes. Sebastian. 3 more. Technically, Prusa Mark III runs Marlin. Well, the first one that we've built and modified the firmware for and configured. You're right, though. It is based. Its foundation, its roots are in Marlin. One more minute. We passed 300, which is awesome. I got distracted with a DM. Can we get 350 in 1 minute? Well, we have 349 people here. It is possible, because that's not quite the total people who have been through here. But we're good. We're at 1 o'clock. It is giveaway time. Let me switch over. You must be here to win. The link is in the pinned post and the description. I need to delete last week's wheel stuff. And let's go here. So those likes numbers, they're not outstanding with me. Am I doing something wrong? No, the browser doesn't update, Holger. YouTube has a bug. It doesn't auto refresh for most browsers. If you hit refresh, it will update. But we are at 314, which is great. I give you 3 seconds. 3 seconds to get your last second entries in. So starting now, 3, and when we haven't had a new entry in 3 seconds, then I close it. Now, we do have 450 entries in here, so you're right, we could have hit 350 or even 400 if everybody that entered hit like. So I think we had a new one, and oh, we just did, so we'll start over. 3, 2, 3, 2, 3, 2, 3, 2, 1, half, quarter, 3, 2, 3, 2, 1, 3. Wait for what? You have 3 seconds to get your entry in. 3, 2, 1. Oh, you barely got in there. I basically clicked. So now we go through. So 3, 2, 1, done. It's like the dance class, salsa class after the stream. Stay on target. That's impossible. Let's export that. We already know that Little Brat got the first entry in. Who got that last one in? Seljdi? Good job. Who got in near the end? Latian. It's a few. Okay, let's copy that. Paste it over here. Here comes the rain again. Be more brave and wait even longer. You were third from last, hero. You barely got in there, honestly. Let's see. What is our range today? We have, what is it? I only have a week. I have 10 days until I have to be done prepping for Rocky Mountain. So, I mean, that's easy, but let's go 1 in 10. 1 in 10. Any Charlie 2 in plans? There is, but not quickly. 1 in 10. I only have 10 days to prep. That gives me palpitations. Well, I think I'd rather have 14, so let's go 14. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. The time I want versus the time I have. Who do we got? Buddha. Congratulations, Buddha. You have 2 minutes to say something in chat. Buddha. Crank it up to 11. Buddha 3D. Are you here? If you're in the US or Canada, you get a coupon to the US or Canada store. If you're outside the US and Canada, there's a form with a long list of filament to pick from. Buddha. Are you here? Congratulations. Let's see. I got a timer going on my watch. Taggable. Although that doesn't mean a whole lot. I mean, I'm sure Polar Ted was taggable too. Buddha, where you at? You have a minute. Half your time is gone, unless you're wanting to be in the club. He said no and left. Taking a bathroom break. Weren't active until the number comes out. Well, yeah, it happens. It's fine. It's engagement. It's peak numbers. It's on the road. He said he has to pass. Mm-hmm. And 20 seconds. I realize you'll still wait, but I did call him. Really? That's funny. I'm still gonna wait. I have to. It's only 10 more seconds. We got a new inductee. Well, sorry, Buddha. Polar Ted Club. Went to Domino's. Oh, really? Okay, let's go through again. Let's do it again. Keep it easy. 1 to 10. New number, 1 to 10. And this time I'll pick between 1 and 10. I'm gonna have to, here, let's see, while that's going on, let's see here. Go here. Oh, I don't see the, they must not use the same name in there. So let's see, let's go 3. 1, 2, 3, spin. Waiting for someone to play the last second game and mess up with the delay. Wait, I am ultra low latency right now. Jose! Jose, are you here? Congratulations. Jose. Still got to say something in chat. Are you here, Jose? Let's see. He's just saying last night he hadn't won any streams this year. Jose, are you here? There you are. Congratulations. You will get an email from me. I'm actually caught up as of about 5 minutes before stream. I sent Tuesdays right before stream, so congrats, Jose. Let me get in here. Oops. Sure we are good. Have everything. Holy long verification number. Congratulations. I'm gonna pre-clear this out. And Buddha Jose, clear. Okay, let's find the BTT TFT 35 GitHub. See if we can verify the number for fun. Unpin. Thank you. Should confirm the number. It is a long number. It is 9 digits. Well, now you screwed it up, Adama. If you win, someone else might be able to sneak in there. What else? I want to get rid of the description as well. Yeah, definitely. Thanks Polymaker for letting me do this. It is a fun thing. Okay, it's out of there. Let's go. BFT 35. I want the GitHub. What is this? Is that the same thing? Medium-sized dual mode to ultra clear 3D printing machine display. Does it say E3 on it? Where is it? Oh, it's on here. Actually say that? I think it's on the other side. It's already attached. Loose wire on the TFT cable is the reset wire. That'll go to the rightmost pin closest to the MCU on the TFT connector. Am I at the right spot here for the product? It is the V3. I know that. V3 is the squares, TFT 35 for the Ender 3. Okay, so it's not the same. Thank you. Let me go back here then. And, oh boy, they have a lot of repositories. And it's probably not a newer one. Find TFT 35. Touchscreen firmware, TFT 35 3.0. This is probably it. So let's go hardware and what is this? Connect. Ooh, TFT. So, oh, here we go. 5 volts ground, receive, transmit, and reset. And if we go over here, we've got the TFT connector, 5 volts ground, TXT, and reset. So reset is the loose one you said, but it's closest to the power. Okay. Electronics are the same. Okay, so reset on this connector. It's right here. So this is gonna go right like that. Should be able to verify the non-pattern, because this thing has little patterns on here. So let's see what that looks like from here. So this is reset. Yep, that lines up. Oops, I wasn't checking. So looking at here, the pin here on the end is reset, and I've visually confirmed that's the one that's going to reset on the pin here. Okay, so this is going to bend over and come around and across the top. Now, and then I just have one ribbon cable, right? The single ribbon cable. There on the E3 and CR10 spots. So this will go here, and then come around. This will go up into here and on the end here, just like this. So this is gonna go, I wanna bend this around and kind of guide it. So maybe like bend it like that, and then it'll come around the power supply, a loop under there. This guy will come up through here, and I'm gonna recrimp the, I am gonna recrimp the JST side, but right now, this is gonna go right there. Okay, so I think I can go ahead and do this. Let's get the power supply in here. Is there anything else I'm missing doing on the board? Am I gonna need an SD card here? I will need access to the USB port, right? In order to flash it. I will need access to the USB port here. Make the ribbon cable shorter also. This is a pretty good length though. I don't think I need to make this one shorter. This is a good, because it's gonna come around the power supply and then it's gonna lay flat and it's gonna go underneath my bottom panel. Will I need access to the SD slot too? Okay. But not the, but I don't need access to USB? I don't need access to USB. Let's put this up here and wire in our power. Let's wire in power and haha, Buddha. You did that on purpose, didn't you? Let's wire in power and make sure the output is correct. There we go. 115. We're gonna measure, and that's what I was remembering earlier that I wanted to bring over. I was remembering my multimeter. I'm gonna have to go grab my meter. So let's go live. Neutral and ground. Okay, so no other power going on. I'm going to plug this in and make sure we're getting 24 volts out. It's just good practice to confirm before we plug electronics in. Buddha, are you on my Discord? Are you a member of the Discord? Link's in the description for anybody that's not. I'm gonna go grab my multimeter because that's in the other garage. I'll be right back. Ah. I'm gonna be on bin file in the SD card. Okay. See you, Dama. Yeah, you're in Discord? Okay. If you ping me, because I don't know what your Discord name is, voltage. If you ping me, I will give you the Breakfast Club or the Polar Ted Club roll. Okay, let's just make sure. Live, neutral, ground, everything's there. Plug it in. Hey, I don't like that. Here's that. Okay, there we go. Out of sync. Same name on Discord? Interesting. Have you never actually posted? Because maybe that's why it doesn't come up. Hey, projects. Okay, it's plugged in. This is here. I'm gonna turn it on. Oh, I got a light there. So then let's see what the 23.77. Let's bump that up a little bit, just a little bit. A tiny little bit. Oh, I didn't actually move it enough. There's a little pot here that you can adjust the. Oh, I hadn't actually moved it. You can adjust the voltage output. 24.01. Good enough. 24.01. Awesome. Turn that off. Oh, we always confirm. I always confirm power supply functioning. The output is good. Okay. I'm going to do like this, which means this. A little bit of a balancing act, I think, with this setup. We are going to need access to the SD card. Yeah, I turned it off. It did have a little bit of residual capacitor power there that there we go, make sure. It was off. It had a little bit of residual capacitor energy there, I think. This is gonna go under here like this. And then this is going to sneak in. Just checking all of our fitment. It's gonna tuck around there. It's gonna go, ooh, that is definitely tight. Bend those down. There we go. Goes right in like that. Main wires in, living dangerously. Yeah, I should have unplugged it. You're absolutely right. No, whatever from me. No objection. That should have been unplugged. Just seeing what things look like underneath. Things look like on this side. We have where that goes. Next size up. Do you still have SD card? No, I'm checking fitment. I don't, but I'm checking all the things. I'm seeing where I need to go with stuff. Seeing that like power supply can be secured. Yep, there we go. There's another one over here that's kind of hidden by this. Now I don't have good access to the screws to hold the skirt on or the screen on, which is not okay. The stack up of parts is very, very tight. Okay, well, that is what it is. This can go here, but we can get this probably cut down and wired in. So that goes like that, and then it goes directly in. So I'm gonna bend this up and out of the way so we have extra wire. That's gonna cut right there. Yeah, that'll be fine. Happy Easter, we need to go. See you, Sean. Have fun in Bermuda. I'm jealous. Main wires in, living, oh yeah. Yeah, I think I can pre-install the screw over here and kind of get things in that way. And this is gonna have to, these will have to bend down as well. Then I'm going to zip tie these into a bundle that will tuck over here. And then hopefully I can still get this on there. Rapido V2 installed and PID tuning. Awesome. Okay, this goes here. Split these off. Not getting any more sleep until a nap later today. Naps are nice. Pins. So for next stream, there will be one more stream in this series because we're not going to get to printing today. For next stream, I will have printed the bottom panel. I haven't even modeled it yet, but for next stream, I'll have printed the bottom panel and it will go on, and we will probably do actual configuration in Marlin. See, that'll go straight across there. My bottom panel will have a channel that makes sure these stay nice and clean. So you should have done a cable channel in one of the corners for the display cables. This is all being done after, as the build is progressing, so I'm kind of using existing parts as my constraints. Good idea to get the TFT firmware updated to the latest version as well. Yeah, it's probably at least 4 years old. Is that an easy update? Okay, let's get these crimped on. This goes right on here. Easy to update. I hope it works. If it doesn't, I'll be ordering a new one. Like I said, I haven't plugged that in like 5 years. I need to come up with a funky skirt for the PSU connection side. Well, there's a skirt piece over there. Honestly, there's only so much time I can put into it. Put a lot. I've put a lot into this. More than I was expecting, to be honest. But that's probably more my fault for not being up to speed. It's hard to be up to speed on every project, so it's part of the fun, right? Discover as we go. So what's next on the project list after the Rook? Black box. I have the kit. I have 90% of the kit. I have enough to go many weeks of build before I get to stuff I don't have. Okay. I'll reuse this. Black box is next. Go. Nice and neat. Black box is something I'm very interested in. Quite unusual stuff. There's almost everything coming out lately. And it's been around for a long time. So black box has been around for years. Okay. Done a cable channel on the corners. Let's have the replacement mount already printed. Oh. What else do I have? I'm just gonna go down. This, I'm gonna clean that up a little bit more with a couple more zip ties just to make it a bundle. Oh, KB-3D. KB-3D.com is a good, I mean, they are the keeper of the project. We're building CE, which is Community Edition. there. That'll just kind of go right like that. Okay. So Black Box is a 300 build, up to 5 tool changer, and we will be building it with all five tools. It does use a unique water cooling, docking, and hot end cooling solution. So it is a water cooled printer, which is going to be different for my stuff. Yeah, that'll be perfect. A little hold down there to keep those in place within the bottom panel. So the bottom panel is going to connect here and in the power supply, and then cover all of this, and then the skirts are gonna go on here, and the bottom panel will go all the way up to the edge of the skirts, but it'll be under the level of the feet. So I know I have the bed still to put on, but that's not really important yet. Are we good to put this back in? The stepper back here that I had unplugged. Stuart, thanks for the gifted memberships. Let's see. Let's talk about Marlin, I think. We can talk about Marlin. This is pretty much, yeah. That is not bad, really. Considering what we started with no real predefined wire routing, I think that turned out really good. I haven't messed with Marlin at all either. So let's go out. Now I have some info from Keith. Keith has been very helpful, sending me links, sending some prep work. So I very much appreciate it. At the same time, we are still going to kind of go as if I'm going to use that as guidance and to help me get past if I get stuck anywhere. But for the most part, we will be going through the existing, trying to go through the existing documentation. I like it. That display worked out way better than I would have thought. It's relatively compact in there. Hey, Francois. Have it print inside the Phoenix so they can feel what it's like when it grows up. So let's go to the Marlin page. I have it up already. So we are at the Marlin firmware page. Something that can I do here? Something you folks probably want me to do. Keep forgetting to do. Let's go dark. Oh, I am on dark. Okay, well, is the browser, is the Marlin page overriding that then? Must be, okay. It is touch, yep. So we download Marlin. So if we did this, and I haven't actually done this, there are a few different versions that end up being out there. There is the stable release, right? And then there are nightly or bug fix. So this is nightly source, but this is the bug fix. So these are in between releases where bugs have been fixed. So this is where we are going to download. So I think we're going to download the file and save this to stream Rook. Don't I have a, oh, I haven't gotten anywhere where I need to save anything. So Rook. Okay, 1. Derek, thanks for the super chat. Let me read that here in a second. Let me save that. Click the moon icon near the Marlin logo. Got my trident, it's moving now. Set up hot end. Steve, in Marlin's configuration example repository, there's a configuration example for Rolohaun Rook. Yep. And Keith, not that one. You want bug fix 2.1, not 2.1x. You want... Oh, I thought this was... Okay. Thank you. I thought this was the bug. I saw bug fixes here, and I thought this was the... But this is patch source. We want this one? Okay. Rook is only on Marlin? No, it's not. But Marlin this is a good opportunity to get a little bit of... Let's delete that. And actually cancel that. Oops. Save that. This is a good opportunity to check out Marlin. I haven't checked out Marlin in a very long time. This is a good opportunity to do that. So that is downloading. So I learned something there. This is not, even though it says with bug fixes, you want the bug fix snapshot. And then I think configure will tell you things about how the configuration stuff is laid out. Configuration.h is your main core settings, and advanced there's some more detailed settings as it says here. But I think install is what we want, right? Build and install. Where was the information on doing VS Code and all that? I thought it was in here. Ah, here it is. So build and install. We are going to install Marlin with Platform IO. Is this what I want? There we are. So I've already installed VS Code, but I haven't done the stuff inside of it. So let's start up, not the dev container one. This is main Marlin version 2.1, platforms and instructions. So we want this one, even though it's 2 point whatever. Okay. Installing Marlin. Thanks for the, again, splendid stream. Have a great day. See you, Holger. 2.x covers. That makes sense. You're seeing longtime non-users confusion. So hopefully that's either I'm just a longtime non-user confused, or it's good feedback. Okay, before reading this article, you should have already read installing Marlin and downloaded Marlin's source code. If you haven't done these steps yet, read the article. For the best experience, download Visual Studio, and I did, and we need to install the Platform IO IDE extension. So let's start up. This is still, couldn't download, network issue. Let's try that again. Okay. I'm already confused. So I installed platform or VS Code. So let me bring that up. Here's VS Code. Okay. And you get this. If you search for VS Code on the internet, it's a Microsoft Visual Studio environment. They could improve layout and info to make sure people can figure it out. Then extensions. So is there, I'm just looking. It's been a while since I've been in here, even though this should be a, this is useful for far more than this. Let's go to extensions. And I'm going to search for Platform IO. Is this, yeah, there we are. It's populating. Platform IO IDE. Install. least on Marlin, you do everything on your computer. So that's installing. You can also install the OpenBuilds Marlin extension from that section. Okay. While that's installing, let's look here. So for the best build experience down the Visual Studio, Platform IO can also be installed as a standalone command line interface, which may be the best choice if you want to control the build process from a script on a server. So OpenBuilds Marlin extension provides a simplified interface to build and upload Marlin, so you don't ever need to know the name of the build environment for your board. So we're going to do that. This is still installing. I don't know how long that might take. Oh, there we are. And it's still doing some stuff. So we'll be patient. It generates a shortcut to the bin files. Still installing. When I had my CR10, I went through, over the course of having that, all the way from the Arduino IDE for flashing Marlin configs and firmware to VS Code with Platform IO. I remember at one point trying Clipper on my CR10 for a very short time, and something crashed or whatever, and I went right back to to Marlin. So interesting progression. Has been successfully installed. Please reload the window. My first printer was a CR10. So Platform IO, it takes, and IO core. Get started with Platform IO. Do I install Platform IO core? Did you ever use tiny machines on your CR10? No. However, my work purchased 2 CR10 S4s from Tiny Machines. So, install Platform IO core. I was lazy and just converted the firmware to what they did. That's the same, that's the same type thing. Even way back then. So who was that? TH3D had their alternate configured or set up Marlin, all that. I stayed away from those, just like I stay away from some of that similar stuff in Clipper. I like the core stuff. I'd rather go in and know what settings to change to do the same thing in the default configuration than to use stuff like that. And that's just me. So, okay. Well, I guess that's done. I told it to, but we're going to go away from that. Now we're going to come over here and we're going to search for the OpenBuilds Marlin. Let's see if that comes right up. There we are. OpenBuilds Marlin. Install. I didn't need the Platform IO core, but it doesn't hurt, right? There was a button that came up that said install this, so I had to click it. Okay, that appears to be installed, I guess. TH3 was nice if you were using their products like EasyAble and stuff, simplified for folks that would get overwhelmed compiling. And I get that, 100%. I like to be a little, I like to torture myself, I guess. Click all the buttons. Yeah, it said install, why not? What's this doing? Did that finish? Yes, it did, okay. Now you're all set up to compile firmware. Oh, and I guess that's it. So over, and that's where I just went, right? So that's what I was off of. Build and install. You just need to copy that base row, configure and adapt it to the Fabreeko kit. Marlin can vary depending on which version of Marlin you want to install and which board you're installing onto. Once your Marlin build environment is set up, installing updates can be one-click operation. Don't push the big red button. Don't give me a big red button. Let's go configure. So configuring Marlin. Before you begin, to get your core configuration.settings, you'll need to know the following things about your printer. I'm trying to help folks troubleshoot their Marlin configs on Facebook groups and Thingiverse threads. We're doing all of this. I guess the idea is we want to go to that folder, the file we downloaded. Is this covered? So just curious, if you're going just from a very basic, oh, why didn't that download? Where did I download that to? Oh, it just went to downloads. Okay. Let's cut that, put it over here. So we're here. And of course, that's the second one I downloaded apparently. It'd be faster if you copy the configuration from Marlin's GitHub repository. That's fine. So I have this bug fix thing that I downloaded. Most up-to-date info are in the configs themselves. I get that, but what I'm looking for is I'm missing the step between downloading this and what to do with it. So we've downloaded it. We have this zip file. Are we supposed to unzip that to a specific location? Unzip it where it's wherever you download it? I get what we have to do. What I'm saying is it goes right into what the files are. I mean, yeah. Let's extract it. Next tab. Oh, I did. Install. Links for if you need to configure Marlin, you can use build and install. But it doesn't tell me. Use ID, compile, upload it to your board, the build process. It doesn't tell me where these should be stored. So you've got VS Code. Does it need things to be in a specific location? I'm unzipping it where it's at. Our docs are not that prescriptive. And if that's unreasonable, that's fine. I'm just trying to think. Any folder, yep. I'm not asking for the answer, folks. I'm not asking for the answer. I know, but and path too long, yeah. I think it would be useful to recommend where folks could unzip it to. I know the answer. I've got it here, which is probably going to be fine. It ends up being a little bit long, but now I think if we go into VS, well, we need to download a config. But if we start here, don't we do where is this? Configure. Does it tell us how to do a project before you begin? Printer style configuration.h. So VS Code documentation is a little separate, but if we go to open a folder, is that what I want? And here, is that basically? I trust this folder, sure. And here is our files. We're all aware our docs need updates. That's going, oh yeah, for sure, Keith. I'm just pointing out stuff as I run across it, and if it's helpful, then yay. That's the wrong folder, it's one down. Does Marlin include things like PA and input shaper? PA for sure, input shaper yes, right? Did I do this right? Did I grab the right folder? Or should I, can I close this? Let's see, it didn't detect the project, I see. Reopen the Marlin folder within that. Does it tell me that anywhere? Does it tell me that anywhere? Install tools. It doesn't. The dock is lacking. That's fine. I don't mean to keep that. I mean, just make it. I'm not trying to dwell on that. It's been so long here that I'm needing to remember how this worked. If I go here and here and Marlin apparently, and select that one as the project. Okay. Not the top folder. Someone told me the Marlin folder. You can send it to me in Discord, Keith. The Marlin is one too deep. Open folder. Marlin, so here, the one where I see Marlin. Let's select that. Isn't that where I was last time? I'm getting the same files. Ah, now we're getting stuff here. Okay. Installing, there we are. Installing Marlin Platform IO with VS Code. Let's see what this has. Copy link. Let's look at this. We might still need that. Let's go and reuse this window. Installing Marlin with VS Code. Into a complete IDE, install VS Code, download the Marlin source code. You can download the latest Marlin source code from the downloads page. Install Platform IO. The first time you open the Marlin project in VS Code, it will recommend you install auto build Marlin extensions, which will also install. Select yes. Unzip the downloaded archive to your preferred location. Okay, this is good. Although modern systems can handle very long paths, it may still help with the build process. How do I get to this documentation from the main page? Did I miss a link there? This is good. You can open Marlin and Visual Studio Code in several ways. Drag your downloaded Marlin firmware folder onto the Visual Studio Code application. Use the open or open the PIO home tab and click the open project button. It's under the install tab. It was over here. Let's go install. Install. Oh, is that this page? No, it's not. Got to go a couple of links. Got it. Okay. Got to go a couple of levels deep. Okay, example configurations. Go to the Marlin configurations repository and use the drop-down menu to select the branch corresponding to your downloaded Marlin version. Make sure the configuration version number exactly matches your Marlin version. Change your board. So I think these are already there, and I may be going down a little wrong path here, but isn't the this is bug fix? Which one are we on? Bug fix 2.1.x. I see bug fix 2.0.x. I don't see a bug fix. There's a link in the README. So file tree. Okay, so I can't go to the branch here, but I can get to it down here. Bug fix 2.1.x. Pre-tested configurations for this version. So if we go in here, and examples, right? And is this listed under LDO, or is it Rook, or Rolohaun? There we are. Rook. Okay. Hey, Canrog. And now we have our things like the boot screen. All of this is what we want right here, right? And can I download this as a zip? How do I download just this? Or do I have to download the individual files? And Rock, the build's going good. We're on to starting the Marlin stuff. So it uses the Big Tree Tech TFT35, which I have. Basically, we'll see. We'll tweak the settings for the extruder. You have to do it individually, but it's easy to end up with HTML pages. Oh yeah, so I'm familiar with that. You can do this a couple of ways. You can click on a file, and it's going to bring up the code, and you can download the raw file now. This is something they added at some point, not too long ago. You could select all of this and paste it into a new file. I think you can also right-click here and oh, maybe not in here. Isn't there a save target as, but I don't remember. I don't know where. Anyway, we're just going to do this. We're going to go configuration H and download the raw file. Save it to our folder here and Marlin right here. We're going to save it right here. Overwrite that one. Yeah, right clicking to that file will give you an HTML page. But I don't know if it's Chrome or an older browser, because I just do this, or I clone to my local drive from the GitHub interface. But there was a save target as. Anyway, let's go back. We got configuration. Let's get configuration advanced. Download the raw file, save it. Configuration advance, yes. Then boot screen. As does this go here or somewhere else? Just here in the root here. Download the entire repo as a zip is easier when there are multiple files. There's only a few here, right? I mean, I'm over halfway done. Same location as the configs. And then the boot screen. Oh, is this a different file than the other one? Oh, you can kind of see it. You can see a little bit of the Rook logo there and the LDO logo, LDO X Rook. Does this one just overwrite this one? Is it the same thing or is it a different one? Is the LDO, oh, so I don't want the LDO one. This isn't an LDO kit. The previous one is what I want, right? Yeah, that's the LDO one. So I just want to keep this one. So I canceled that. Let's see, A and B, X and Y motor currents are set to higher than normal values due to the specific model of motors used. Motor current and centraless homing values will need to be tuned for your specific hardware. And E motor, so I'm going to need to know a few things about what this setup is. So hopefully I can find that. But I think from here we can go back into VS Code now. And can I go into the Marlin folder and look at configuration.h? And this is the file we downloaded. Oh, it's been a while since I've been in here. It's been a while. Configuration version. We go down. Hey, that name looks familiar. I love LDO. I'm just having fun. Okay, so it is the Big Tree Check SKR Mini E3 V3. Oh, I'll try to keep that above here. I imagine most of these settings I'm not gonna have to worry about. And there is pretty good, there's always been, as long as I've been using it, pretty good descriptions on what the various settings are. Custom machine name, Rook. Printer stepper drivers. They are all 2209s. A lot of this I don't think is going to need to change. So we're defining the drivers that are active. You can test the configuration by changing to ABM tab and hitting the build button. What are these? Additional axis settings. Extruders 1, default filament. Is there anything I should just skip to, Keith, as far as settings? On the left under the alien logo button. Lot of settings. It is a little bit of information overload, but you kind of got to go through it. If we get further down here, we got temp sensors. Oh, here, let's do this. Temp sensor. Temp sensor 1, and where is that? Ooh, way up here. 1 is a best choice for EPCOS thermistors. What is the hot end in here? What is the hot end in this kit? Are you still here, Delmar? I remember 5, yeah, was the E3D one. That's what I always had selected because it was mostly E3D compatible stuff I was using. 1 works for the Fabreeko hot end. It's a CHC. I'm gonna trust that until, so we have 1 there and the bed is 5. So the bed is a 104 in T, isn't it? Usually on these LDO. Oh, shoot. I just sent the springs flying. If it's an LDO bed, 5 works. Okay. They share the same bed. Yep. Oh, that's true. Good call. Okay, so that is sensor 1 is the hot end. Temp sensor bed is obviously the bed. And if we keep going, we've got min temp Temperature of the heater will be switched off because it probably indicates a broken thermistor wire. And max temp, sure. Bed max temp 60, that seems low. Especially if we want to do PETG or something on here. I've got an ABS, let's go 90. I want to do PETG. Yeah, it's set, yes, good point. It's set for a printer that's printed out of PLA. I printed this in ABS, so we are, well, ASA and ABS. So, hot end overshoot, we're not gonna mess with that. PID stuff, we'll tune that in the interface. I'm looking for motor stuff next, I think. It's all PID stuff. I used to have to set, and this is set for PID, but it used to be what, bang bang is what my CR10 started as. Extruder min temp to extrude, 170 seems reasonable. Turning on thermal protection, this is all good. I don't have a chamber, so can I just undefine that? Is there any need to have the chamber? You can leave those? Okay. It is Core XY. Where are the basic, oh, endstop stuff? This is already set up for sensorless and is sensorless in the advanced file. I have no idea how to set up sensorless on Marlin. Is there a document for that? Okay, default steps per unit. I imagine these are all reasonably close, but the extruder will probably have to change. Not sure if there's a dock for sensorless homing tuning. Max accelerations. Is there anything I should skip to? Because this is basically default axis steps per unit will need to be adjusted if you're not using the same motors. Default axis steps per unit. These are 1.8 degree, I think. I'm assuming these are 1.8 degree 20-tooth pulleys, so that should be the same. Oh, well, okay. So let's go back up here. Default steps per unit here. What is it? Default axes steps per unit. So this is going to be 80 instead, right? For a 1.8 degree motor. And can I tell if these, does anybody from Fabreeko know if these are 1.8 or 0.9s? Fabreeko motors are all 1.8, so good call. 80. Things would have just moved extra slow, right? Would have moved at half speed, right? I think it would have moved at half speed. XYZ, Z was 80. Is the LDO one must come with a 1.8 Z stepper then? Yeah. It seems that Clipper is easier to set up the config. It's different. I'm not ready to say that yet. we'll leave now. See you next time. See you, Andres. Default max feed rate, that's fine. Accelerations, fine. That's what I was thinking. Never compiled Marlin, but now seeing it, I'm happy only deal with Clipper. It's getting late here in Europe. See ya, Allah. Have a good night. Nozzle to probe offset. There is no probe. I don't think that's actually set up then. Ah, here's where we would set our directions if they are incorrect. Marlin now is much easier, yeah. So we would change these settings here for the axes or the extruder if it's not moving in the right directions. And which way is home. I'm gonna leave all this. I don't know if the bed size is gonna be actually correct with this tool head. There's a bunch of mesh stuff. I think I'm just gonna save. Bed size is correct for this tool head. I thought it was like 90 in one axis. We'll find out. How do I save? I just saved. Do I? Let's get rid of that. Okay, let's right click there. Rookery has 110 by 110. What does the red mean? Does it just mean open file? And I mark one at least on the 2020. It's the full 121, 120. Okay. Can I just close that? Sure. Open files, I get it. Okay. Configuration Advanced has all kinds of fun stuff here. But is there anything I need to change in here? At least to test. If we go back over here, and where was that document? So, latest release configurations, convenient links. We did that. To set the build environment for your board. Do we have to do that with the auto build thing? Find the axes TMC config section. This is where you set micro stepping and motor currents. Is that in advanced or is it in the regular config? Axis is, there we are. Axis is TMC config. So the X current. Hey, Ricky. Are these 1 amp motors on here? It's 42HS40-10A-HB. I'm inferring that these are 1 amp motors on here. So I'm gonna bump this down. Let's go. I don't know what the math is, and I don't know how much different home current should be. I don't know. 500? You're gonna use Marlin with the Rook? Yes, it's been the plan all along. Okay, if axis is TMC config, Y current is X current. So do I need to? And then Z current seems high as well. If those are 1 amp motors, those should be reasonable. Then what is this guy? This is another 1 amp. I'm guessing the stepper is 1 amp as well. So this is for the extruder. I'm gonna leave that there because that seems to be about what we run on these 1 amp extruder motors. And we'll monitor the temperature. And we're at 16 microsteps. That's all fine. What's a typical current for, say, 2.4 in Trident? Depends on the steppers you're running. Now find chopper timing. What's that? What is chopper timing? Chopper timing. Oh. Optimize spread cycle chopper parameters by using predefined parameter sets or with the help of an example included in the library. Provided parameter sets are these. The LDO 42's 1.8. It's set for 0.9 degree motors. So chopper 09 step 24. So do we do default 24 then? Oh, yep, you just confirmed. So do I change it here? The Z is default 24. That makes sense. Doesn't forget to change the environment and platform IO. My messages are not displayed here. I see you, Leonard. I could very well, I mean, when I get into something like this, I do miss messages. So, not on purpose. This is that. You don't need to change the environment and platform IO. That's where the auto build Marlin extension is for. Okay, so this little dot here, if I remember, is indicating there are unsaved changes, right? So if I go here and say save, yep, it goes away. Oh, and you can't see that, darn it. Up here in the top, there was a little white dot where the X is, and it turns into a white circle when there's unsaved changes. We're gonna build and test things out. Sounds good. As soon as you start a build, it'll save all files. So if I go over here, this is already set up. What is this? Environments. Show on startup. What is configure? CD. All this is under construction. Build. So if we build this, the top environment. What is the X for environment for? Let's just hit build. Down here it's doing something. What is the X for environment for? And I want to say again, for folks that are helping, especially Keith, I appreciate it. X for allows USB uploads. You build it, it will burr. It's downloading, unpacking. Description for that is in the platform IO INI file, but it's not pulled out to the screen yet. Does Marlin allow for tool head boards? I don't know, that's a good question. Isn't Marlin, I thought Marlin was working on some sort of multi-MCU setup, right? Some sort of multi-MCU. It's downloading, and it's 8% right now. Oh, you see the percent, but you don't see the progress bar yet. No CAN support yet. I like the screen on here. I was not expecting to like it that much. Wonder if USB port can be plugged in. No, why not? It's not wide enough. I got to do a revision. Oh, I can barely. I just need to make that hole in the thing bigger. Once you get the main settings compiled, and lots of stuff can be changed at runtime, edited, and saved to EEPROM. 52%. What size? One of my little 128 megabyte SD cards will work for this, right? I did not update the screen firmware. This is at 59%. We can go look at that, see what that is going to take. Let's go over here to firmware. Is there a, see the big StreetTech touchscreen firmware repository for precompiled firmware and source code. Important information relating touchscreen 3D printer controllers, touch mode or Marlin mode. 128 will work fine. Supported screens, software repository. Only TFT's whistleblower currently supported. TFT 35v3, there it is. Firmware source, in the master branch you will find the most recent source code, the most recent resources, precompiled firmwares, Marlin dependencies, general options which must be always activated. 640K should be enough for it. Options to support printing from onboard medium. SD support. Are all these set already in that config, Keith? All those options are enabled already in the Marlin config. Thank you. Touch mode setup, Marlin mode setup. Then how do I actually, does it say how to actually flash? Firmware update. The TFT firmware update process is based on the following steps. Deployment files, configuration. Are you planning on doing a 2020 upgrade to this? No, I'm planning on giving this away as is. Well, I might tweak a few things before I give it away. Although seriously, the screen is bumped it up in my eyes. What is the point of choosing Marlin in this build? Exactly what you're watching. I'm reconnecting with Marlin, refamiliarizing myself. We've done bunches of Clipper and a little bit of RepRep firmware, but no Marlin, at least from a configuration point of view. So I am proud of that screen. I actually am. For the amount of effort I spent into it, and it worked on the second print. Can you do a quick close-up of the screen, please? Yeah, see? Firmware uses naming convention. So this is going to be not a GD. This is 5 years old. It's whatever the oldest is. The firmware uses the naming convention this. Any binary format must be renamed to MKS TFT. See you, Leonard. It's almost midnight here. Time for bed. Good night. So how do we actually, okay. For devices with USB flash drive support, it's possible to upload the icons, fonts, config, and the language files from a USB flash drive in the same way it's done through an SD card. However, the firmware can only be updated versus an SD card. So I'll do an SD card. I sent you some abbreviated instructions to... Awesome. Thank you, Keith. Let me get that link. Let's see where we're at on this build too. It's still working. It's still going. It's doing something there. Does getting back with Marlin feel like hooking up with your ex? I wouldn't know. I actually wouldn't know. My wife and I have been together since high school. Okay, for firmware update, BTT no longer posts releases via the GitHub releases info. So you download the entire TFT firmware repo instead. Once downloaded and unzipped, open the copy to SD card root directory. Okay, so let's go over here. Let's do the, where are we? That is touchscreen firmware, this repo. And then we open the copy to SD card root directory to update. So we're gonna need this. So let's go back a step. Here, and I'm supposed to grab this whole thing. So download zip. Save this over to our Rook folder. Save. Get your serial after it starts pushing plastic. Are there Rook serials? I sent you to do that. Read me is a bit long. Just getting back with the releases are on the right. BT no longer uses the releases mechanism, is what Keith told me. This is downloading. Where are we here? I think, is that, oh, it's still doing something. They live update everything on the repo. More than 200 serials at the moment. Where are we at? What number would I be on if we're printing? Well, what is it? What is it at right now, and what's the rate? More than 200. Are we like 250? Oh. This is still working, so this is 205. Okay. Ooh, I wonder if I can get 210. 210 would be a good number. That's what my trident is. My trident is 210. Compiling should be less than a minute. Oh, so this is just setting up pre-done, pre-things, pre-build stuff. Once downloaded and unzipped, open the copy to SD card root folder. Does this finish downloading? It did. So let's open here and let's extract it. It's extracting. Maybe GitHub is being slow and it's trying to download libraries. I'm not on the fastest connection here either. My streaming setup is a 50 meg down and 10 meg up. I have two connections into my house here because I was having stream stability issues on my cable connection, which is gig down and 30 up. And I get a better streaming experience on 5010. I don't know what this is. Oh, did that just open that? Okay, is that done? Built firmware on Sunday. So that firmware.bin is what we're going to copy to the SD card and plug it into the board. Okay, so let me grab a 128 meg SD card. I'm running low on these, but I can probably recover quite a few of them from other spots. Oh, there it goes. And plug it into computer. And is there a, there we go. I click on that and it brings up the file. That is perfect. Let's send that to that USB. There we are. So that is copied to the USB drive. They do. I bought a set on Amazon. They're probably of questionable quality, but I haven't had any problems with them. It's like a 10 pack for $10. Yeah. The TFT likes to update itself from temp files, which cause issues. So I just copied the Marlin file so I'm kind of bouncing back and forth here between the TFT and the controller. The TFT screen is also will fit on a 128, because I got one more of those, and I know I won't need to keep them both, and they're fresh. They've never been used, so they're clear. There's no previous files on there. Once downloaded and unzipped, open the copy and copy out the following to a freshly formatted SD card. So following Keith's instructions, let's go here. This is our TFT thing, copy to SD card, and then I want the Big Tree TFT 35. Big Tree TFT 35. 3027x 3027x .bin, that file, and config, and whichever theme I want. What theme do I want? I don't know how big these files are. Yeah, it's 191K and 43. What theme do I want? Hybrid mono, hybrid red, rep firmware dark theme, the round miracle menu, or unified menu material. Our theme previews in BTT TFT firmware README. Where is that? TFT firmware README. Is that on their GitHub? Menu overview. Is this where, am I in the right spot? Nope. Scroll down on the main README. Appendix. Themes. Are there update? Is it in here that I can skip to it? This is a long document. I don't have the E3, GJ. Menus and themes. Isn't that where I just went? Menus and themes. Menus and themes. Here we are. Thank you. Okay. Menus, themes. Unified menu, round miracle. hybrid red, hybrid mono, or the rep wrap. I think I'm gonna go with the round miracle. Yeah, let's go with the round miracle. Select the round miracle. And if we send these to the SD card, copy that. So I've got an SD card for that, and I'm gonna have to use a micro SD to SD adapter, and I hope that's acceptable for the display. Okay, so let's confirm that is there. Now is, oh, language en.ini, I'm missing. So language packs, language en, send that to the removable disk. And confirm your SD card has the following folders. Language, TFT folder with the BMP and font subfolders. What is that? Big Tree Tech bin. And the TFT 35, should that be a TFT? Should I rename? Oh, there we are. Got it. I didn't need all of these. I didn't need all those. So let's delete those. And I do need this one. I'll probably cut that and put it on the root here. There we are. That can go away. Okay. And then it goes. Okay. So when I went to the repo or the folder, got too many folders around. When I went to the touchscreen firmware and the copy to SD card, I should have gone in here and then grabbed the TFT35 folder. Okay. See you, Derek. Take care. Okay. So I have 2 SD cards. Things are copied to. Let's do, as we would make sense, let's do the printer first. So I'm gonna need to get under it. I still don't have the bed on it, but that's fine. We're gonna put the bed on it next week. We're gonna put the bed on it and we are going to do some config checks. So basically what we're gonna do today is make sure everything's up to date and things come up. Next week we will do the last stuff and print. And it'll probably be a relatively short stream next week because that'll be good. You'll get a min temp error for the bed, but it'll still update work. I'll plug it in. Actually, I can take this out. That's a good call. Good idea. Good idea. I'll just take the thermistor out and plug it in. I know I don't need to do this moment, but it's on my mind. So there, no more min temp error. Can I get, let's see how good I am. Can I get, Marlin will boot fine with disconnected thermistors. It'll just halt if you try to heat anything. Oh, that makes sense. I'm gonna see if I can get in here without pulling the power supply. Tweezers and a little bit of luck maybe. And not nearly enough light. Definitely get in the way of you guys seeing any of this, but oop, where'd you go? Well, that was a mistake. Where'd you go? There it is. One more try, and then I'll pull the power supply. One more try. Oops, I should have it held in the right way. Oh, I got an idea. Where are they? Ah. It's in. I made it. I got it. Okay. That's how surgeons do it. Are we ready to turn this on? Is there any reason not to? I think we're good. Let's see what happens. We're not going to see anything from below anyway, considering the power supply is all in the way. So let's turn it on. Power up. Will we get any? I wonder if we'll get anything on the screen. Guess it's on. We got lights on the board. No smoke. Lights on the board. Oh, hey, check it out. Bug fix 2.1.x. Look at that. Look at that. Thanks, Keith. You're getting something now. You made those boot and status screens. Awesome. What do you double click the button to get to touch mode? Is that what it was? Or hold it down? Oh, nope. Hold the encoder? That's what I thought I did. Ah, there we are. Touch mode. Nice. It's working. Let's update that. Keep stepping on a zip tie down here. Very nice. I like the other. This is cool, but I like the other display. And then do I power this down and then power it up with the card in for the display? Let me grab the SD card for it. Or can I just plug it in and hit reset? You can reset live or power down and back up. Okay, so we are going to plug this in. Card inserted. It saw, and then I'm gonna hit reset. Aha! It's updating. It says updating. That's as much as it will. Updating fonts. Do you take the SD card out of the board? It doesn't need an SD card in the board. It shouldn't. That's only for firmware updates. Yeah. Awesome. Rafa, you're a little bit behind. If you hit live, you'll be caught up. You're only about 5 minutes behind. Be sure to remove the SD card completely after the firmware is updated and erase the SD card, or the TFT will try to update. I won't be using, I'm going to erase the SD card for sure, but I won't be using this one for printing. I'll grab looks like I have a 16 gig, probably one that came with a Prusa right here that I'll probably use to copy files to it. Updating the icons, you can see it going. This is exciting. How on earth do I have that tool? So this was Adam Savage on Tested was talking about tools, and that's when I bought this, and it's a really cool mechanism, the way that works. Anyway. Yeah, this has gone really smooth, as long as it's just first time for me on everything. Do I want to click this? I'm going to click this with a soft object. So I'm a little more accurate, I think, like a stylus type thing. Where is what's a good something? A thick zip tie. A thicker zip tie might work. Doesn't even have to be very thick. I'm just going to use a zip tie. There, oops, there, and there. Adjustment success. Missed most of the stream, it seems. X keys work great for that. I like plastic. Look at that. No printer attached. Why does it say no printer attached? Why does it say no printer attached? Do I need to change the baud rate and the TFT settings? Oh, no, I'm not doing that. Can I go there? Menu. Settings. Connection. Ports. Printer. What, do you know what baud rate it should be? It defaults instead of, it says it's 115/200 right now. 115/200 is the setting. On. Easter family brunch. Hey, Tuxedo. Copy out the TFT from that theme. Oh, that's a, I get notifications on my watch late sometimes. We can pull this, right? Let's just pull this. SD card removed. Pull the SD card and reboot. That's probably not a bad idea. Let's just do it. Okay, let's power it back on. Nice little logo to begin with. No printer attached. So I wonder if here, let's do this as well. Marlin mode. It's getting temperature readings in Marlin mode. It's getting temperature readings here, but in touch mode, it says no printer attached. Oh, it is getting, oh, there it goes. It went away. It said no printer attached for a moment, but now we're getting temp readings. Awesome. Okay. Set the config file to copy in SD card. So much of this was pre-configured by the Rook settings that Keith here worked on. Oh, you can change the Marlin mode settings. Do I do that in here? Do I do it in here? Marlin mode. Font color. I like just the white. And then background color, full screen mode. And I don't think I need the title. Oops. I think I don't want the title. 12864. Back. That was intuitive to get to, at least. I went straight there. Marlin mode. There we go. Nice. Okay. I think the next thing I want to do today, because what are we at? We're at almost 3, so we're at basically 5 hours. So we're done. I want to home. I want to see what happens. And then we'll actually make it home correctly next stream and print. You have to wake up the connection when switching modes. I want to home X just to see what happens, if it moves in the correct direction. So, motion, homing, I'm gonna home X, right? Serial request next stream. Well, that wasn't happy. That wasn't happy at all. Yeah, that locked it all. The question, the thing that I need to figure out is, was that a sensorless homing thing? But I think the noises mean that the wire order on the stepper connections might be off, because that seemed like it was a little too harsh to simply be a sensorless homing sensitivity issue. Does that make sense? Issue with wire. Oh, hey, Rolohaun. Welcome. I'm gonna send you a DM after this if you're around. Do a stepper buzz. Okay, I think right there we know that we've got a bigger thing to figure out. I'm pretty sure it's just, even without hearing that from Rolohaun, I would have guessed that the order of the wires on the stepper connections is off. So I think that's where we are going to pick up next stream, or I'll confirm in between streams and go from there. We are at 5 hours. This is a good length. We made good progress. I was expecting to have 2 streams left in this series, and it looks like we're on track to go through all the configuration checks and make it work and print within 1 more stream. So that's perfect. So I am very pleased at this point. The wiring cleaned up. I don't know if you were here earlier on, but it does not look bad. Bad at all. I'm gonna put a bottom panel on it. Rich Watch extruders for my V0, they're amazing, awesome. Even, I mean, all this seems pretty clean, and everything moves well. I get the right areas. I haven't put the bed on. We'll put the bed on next stream. But oh, I think with that we are going to get going. Swap middle two. Yeah, I get the process for checking that. Tuesday we're back on the Green V2. That'll be the final stream in that series. I don't know what we're gonna, oh, I think we're gonna do the controller test station, but not 100%. And it might be after Rocky Mountain. I may skip the Tuesday stream before Rocky Mountain, but we'll finish this in 2 days. So, oh, what? Oh, I hit the, what in the world? I was on the streaming with Daniel view. Anyway, thank you everybody. I hope you have a good rest of your holiday. And we will see you Tuesday. Thanks for the gifted memberships and new members, and Polymaker for letting us give away filament. Thank you, Keith, for your help here. That was invaluable. I appreciate that. We will see everybody next one. Take care, everyone. Enjoy the build.